All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the resume.
There you go.
Okay, good morning. Welcome, everyone, to the resumed hearing in the application of Amtrak under section 24308E. We were, when we recessed on Friday, in the middle of the cross-examination of Miss Holly Sincannon. Is that where we're going to pick up today?
Yes. And Madam Court Reporter, This is Dan Donahue. I'll be representing Norfolk during the questioning of Ms. Sincannon.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Sincannon, you understand that you remain sworn under oath.
Yes.
There you go. All right, you may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Ms. Sincannon. How are you this morning?
Good morning. I'm well.
Ms. Sincannon, do you still have a copy of your verified statement with you? It's Joint Exhibit 23H. I'd like you to look to page 4 of your verified statement at the last 2 sentences of the only full paragraph on that page, where you're talking about the 2021 RTC model, and state that the model does not replicate the traffic data for an exact set of dates. Rather, the RTC modelers use the traffic data to develop a 2-week data set. Is that correct?
You said page 4?
Yes, page 4 of your verified statement, the last 2 sentences of the first full paragraph, or of the only full paragraph that's on that page.
No, I'm not. I don't see that.
Okay. Is it correct that the model did not replicate the traffic data for an exact set of dates, and instead you used the data to develop a 2-week set that you said was a representative set of data?
I provided 3 months worth of data, and the RTC modeler developed a 2-week set of representative traffic.
And who determined that it was representative?
The modeler using our data.
And by the modeler, do you mean Mr. Dingler?
That's correct.
So Mr. Dingler had the data, but chose to use not the actual data, but instead construct a set that he determined was representative. Is that correct?
He did use the actual data to determine a representative set of 2-week history, 2-week train movements that are representative of actual operations on the network.
But there's no way to take the data that's in that set and actually tie it to a one-to-one match to actual trains that exist in the real world, correct?
That's correct, because it's a representative set of data.
If we can go to page 6 of your statement, and Mr. Peterson, if you would pull that up, please, page 6 of your verified statement, which is Joint Exhibit 23H. The first sentence of subsection D, you say that yard work, such as switching, is typically not incorporated in an RTC model. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
But it was included in this RTC model, correct?
So yard work fully within the yard is not normally incorporated, but yard movements that occupy mainline capacity are always included.
And so what was included in this, in the 2021 RTC data?
Yard movements that occupy the mainline.
And you provided that information on yard work in narrative form, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so there's no actual records to verify the narrative of yard work, is that correct?
There's no data records, correct.
So there's no way to tie these narratives to actual trains that exist in the real world.
I mean, sure, you can go and watch dispatch history and see them, or you can go out in the field and you can watch them and see them.
But there is nothing in the work papers by which one could have done that, correct?
Correct. They're in my narratives.
And those narratives, they were based on interviews with field personnel, is that correct?
Interviews and observations.
And those interviews are not part of what was turned over as part of the work papers, correct?
My interviews were compiled into the narrative data that was turned over.
If we look at page 5 of your verified statement, the second to last sentence of the paragraph that comes right before section B, where you say you provided the modelers with a file that documented 1 week of observed foreign train movements. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So you collected that data yourself,
That's correct.
and that data was collected in February 2020. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And otherwise, the data in the model that was supposed to be representative was from September through November of 2019, correct?
That is correct.
So you just mixed together 2020 data with 2019 data?
No, this was my observations. Our dispatch playback history only goes back 1 week. As soon as this 2020 HDR model was put underway with the RTC agreement, I immediately did my field research, and that included watching the dispatch history. And because I couldn't go back more than 7 days, I used the 7 days in February, and that's not data that is incorporated into the model. It's used to validate the movements in the model.
And you did this by watching dispatch data?
Dispatch playback, that's correct.
And did you interview anyone to verify this dispatch playback?
Yes, I talked to the field.
And are those interviews included in the work papers that were turned over to Amtrak's experts?
They're included in my narratives.
So the notes of your interviews with dispatchers are included? Is that your testimony?
I didn't say dispatchers, I said field personnel, but yes, all of my interviews with the field personnel are included in my narrative data.
But the actual notes from your interviews, are those included?
What do you mean? Like my handwritten notes?
Anything to actually show what those dispatchers or field personnel told you?
My narrative data.
And it's just your, it's just that file that is your narrative, correct?
That's correct.
If we can look now to your rebuttal verified statement, which is Joint Exhibit 41D. And at page 15, in the very first sentence, you state that NS did not provide the modelers with a .train file. Is that correct?
I don't have a 41D.
Are you able to see up on the screen?
What page are you on?
It is page 15 of your rebuttal verified statement. (41D) is the public version, and 40D is the
Okay.
confidential version. So you may have the confidential version with you.
Yep, I've got it. Go ahead.
I'm using the public version to avoid having to go into confidential session.
Okay, go ahead.
So NS did not provide the modelers with a .train file, correct?
That's correct.
So you didn't have anything kind of off the shelf already for purposes of providing the modelers with data to construct the RTC model.
That's correct.
So everything that you provided them was compiled solely for purposes of determining the impacts of Amtrak service to NS, correct?
No, what I provided was to build a train file.
But you didn't have an existing train file?
No, but I provided the data for the modelers to build a .train file.
But the only impetus for doing so was for purposes of determining the impact of Amtrak service, correct?
It was to provide the modelers the data necessary to build a train file.
And the only reason for NS to build a train file was because it needed to determine the impacts of Amtrak's Gulf Coast service, correct?
That's the purpose of the model, but the purpose of the data was to build a .train file.
But you didn't have an existing .train file, correct?
That's correct. We provided the data to the modelers to build a .train file.
And the reason for building this .train file was to determine the impacts of Amtrak's Gulf Coast service, correct?
I already answered that.
Can you answer it again, please?
The model was to determine the impact of Amtrak on NS and CSX operations. The data provided was to build the .train file.
So your statement at pages 15 and 16 with this table provides a list of inputs for that .train file, correct?
That's correct.
And each of these refers to field research, is that correct?
Well, field research is on there, correct?
And there's nothing in your work papers tying your field research to actual dispatch or operating system data, is that correct?
Yes, in my Excel spreadsheet that I provided to the modelers, there is data for actual historical movements and train sizes and on network times.
And that's based on your interviews with field personnel, correct?
That's from data.
And
I
it's
provided two
just-
documents. There's a document that is an Excel worksheet that is pulled from our databases that is supplemented with our field research that's provided in the narrative data.
Jesse, could I just ask the witness to tell us the acronyms in the right-hand column here, what these stand for, so we can follow along? OPD, UTCS, so forth.
OPD data is it's a high-level database that has our scheduled train movements in it. It provides high-level data like work events, train symbols, origin and destination. The Teradata schedule data is slightly more granular data. It looks at the actual train movements that happen in history. UTCS data is even more granular and gives us more in depth as far as how the train moves, which track they're on.
But what does UTCS stand for?
I think it is Unified Train Control System, and that's our dispatching system.
Is that the name? That's the name of your software program? Or
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes.
And when you said OPD contains scheduled,
Yes, it contains our scheduled trains.
what are scheduled trains?
So we have trains that are regularly scheduled, merchandise and intermodal trains. Those trains would be captured in our OPD data. It's kind of how we schedule our trains holistically.
Is that in a that schedule something that's producible to the board or to Amtrak so they can see what the schedule looks like?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt, Jesse, but I thought it would be helpful to understand this page.
No problem, thank you. And with the field research that is listed for each of those are, from whom did you, or with whom did you conduct this field research?
I sat with a dispatcher and did a little bit of questioning with them. And I also interviewed our field personnel actually out in New Orleans.
Who were those individuals?
I don't know that I could tell you the dispatcher's name. Nick Delamarter in New Orleans was my primary contact.
And what is his position?
I believe he is I believe he's a terminal superintendent or assistant super.
And was he identified in the work papers or any of the information that was turned over to Amtrak?
No, I don't believe so.
Were any of the individuals that you interviewed for purposes of your field research identified in any of the information that was turned over to Amtrak?
No, I don't believe so.
And you testified that you, I don't believe, actually went in person to New Orleans for purposes of this field research. You conducted it over the phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How did you verify whether what the field personnel told you was accurate?
By watching the dispatch playback.
So immediately prior to this table, there is a sentence that says that these inputs are not all inclusive. Additional data sources may be used for inputs and validation of the data pulled from the databases.
That's correct.
Are those additional data sources identified anywhere in this statement or your work papers or anything that was turned over to Amtrak?
So the additional data sources that I'm referencing here would be the dispatch playback.
Any other additional data sources?
No, I think everything else is pretty much covered there.
And so just so I'm clear, there was a dispatcher whose name you don't recall.
That's correct. It was over 2 years ago.
Okay, Nick Bellamorta, is that correct? Who's the
Delamarter.
Delamarter, sorry, who's a terminal supervisor.
That's correct.
And then did you say also other people in New Orleans who you might have talked to? Who you don't recall?
Yeah, I don't recall. I'm sure that I could probably find their names, but I don't recall off the top of my head. Nick was my primary contact.
And your interviews with these folks, as well as your review of the dispatch data, that is what contributed to the 582 trains that are in that waterfall chart listed as inclusion of trains that would not be in the data. Is that correct?
No. There were only 110 that were NS trains in that waterfall chart.
Okay, so there were 110 NS trains, but that those are part of the inclusion of trains that would not be in the data, correct?
Correct.
And also there's a separate part of that waterfall chart that's 140 trains. And those are the ones that are based on your narrative description, correct?
All of the trains are included in my narratives. All of the trains that are discussed, that 140 and the 110 are included in the narrative data. You're talking about blocks of cars that would never show up in data. Blocks of cars and headroom may or may not show up in data. Light power moves may or may not show up in data.
And for your narrative descriptions, how would one verify those narrative descriptions?
I mean, you could go out and watch the trains move in person.
We can take down that document, please. Thanks, Mr. Peterson. Unless the board, I was going to move on to something else if the board had questions on that document. All right. Ms. Sincannon, we've heard that a number of bridges along the line have been moved to automation, and also a bridge has been moved to a pilot program for scheduled openings. That was not included in the RTC modeling, correct?
On CSX's side, no, I don't believe so.
Do you recall how much delay in the model is attributed to the movable bridges?
No, you'll have to talk to the modeler for that.
And that's Mr. Dingler.
That's correct.
Mr. Johnson, did you happen to hear Mr. Johnson's testimony? He testified that CSX operates both clearing and non-clearing trains, with the non-clearing trains being more than $10,000 feet in length. Was that accounted for in the model?
Can you explain what you're looking for there?
Sure. Mr. Johnson testified that when CSX runs both clearing and non-clearing trains, it plans the meets for those trains so that the clearing train can take a siding. Did you hear that testimony?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Would it be possible to plan meets for Amtrak and freight trains in the same way?
I suppose you could, yes.
But the model didn't do so, correct?
I don't think we planned any meets, so I think you'll have to talk to Mark about that, Mr. Dingler.
The model didn't adjust any CSX or NS schedules at all, correct?
That's correct. I don't believe we changed any of our schedules.
And it didn't consider any changes to dispatching practices, correct?
What do you mean by dispatching practices?
It didn't consider any changes to the way that CSX or NS dispatches trains.
I'm going to need an example of what you're referring to.
Timing or headroom or anything like that, the way that CSX or NS dispatches trains.
I still don't. I don't know what you mean by changing how we dispatch trains.
The model didn't consider any operational changes at all for CSX or NS, correct?
Again, I'm not 100% sure what you mean by operational changes. I'm going to need I need an example. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be difficult here, but I'm not really sure what we could have changed operationally in the model.
Did the model consider, for example, whether you could CSX could run trains that would fit in the existing sidings?
You're going to have to talk to Mr. Dingler about that. I'm not sure all of the scenarios he's tested.
Thank you. Ms. Sincannon, I'd like to, sure.
Sorry to interrupt your line of questioning. I just want to make sure that I have the terminology correct. Ms. Sincannon, you said that there was no change to train schedules. You also said that some trains are scheduled and some trains are not. And you identified some of the trains that were scheduled. Can you just, for clarity on the record, summarize which trains are scheduled, which trains are not scheduled, and of the ones that aren't scheduled, whether you understand the model to have inputs that have start times or movements that are outside of the time, the normal range of movements from a temporal standpoint that you'd expect those trains to move?
Okay, so as far as scheduled trains go, what I mean by scheduled trains, that's trains that have a definitive schedule, point A to point B, and all of the moves that happen in between. Your yard jobs, I mean, there's a schedule. They're going to be on duty at a specific time. But as far as when they take their headroom and how they move, it's kind of dependent on what's going on in the yard at the time. Locals have a defined schedule, but they may not work every location that's listed in their schedule every single day. So they may not follow any kind of schedule as it is in the database. As far as our incoming trains and outgoing trains, go ahead.
May I quick pause in there?
Yeah.
On locals, is it your understanding that the local trains, though, began their work in the model and began their, compared to the dispatching logs within the same range?
They should, yes.
Okay, all right, so
Yes.
continue,
There's
please.
there's a typical departure time for the trains, yes.
Okay,
As far as the inbound trains, those ones are a little bit more difficult based on the variability of, arrival times. Those would be based on historical arrival time. Or outbound trains, again, we've got a time that they generally leave, and depending on, again, what's going on in the terminal at the time, their departure times may vary.
oh, but in general, you would refer to outbound trains, particularly merchandise trains, as scheduled trains?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, okay. And to your knowledge, there is no train in the model that would have left at a different scheduled time than what we would observe in the real world data?
In the data.
Yeah.
No, there shouldn't be. They should be somewhere within that variable range. They should be.
Okay, got it. Thank you so much. Thanks, Judge.
Mhm.
Any other questions before I proceed? Thank you. Ms. Sincannon, I wanted to confirm Norfolk Southern's position on the freight lead extension project. And I'd like you to look at Joint Exhibit 23E, which is Mr. Niemeyer's report, and we'll put it up on the screen for you. But if your counsel wants to provide you with a copy of that, we have no problem with that either.
We do. Thank you. Just give us a minute.
Okay.
My eyesight's not that good.
Okay, I'm going to direct you to section 5 of his report, which begins on page 3. And that's where he starts to list out the 14 projects that CSX and NS say are necessary to mitigate any unreasonable impairment of CSX and NS's freight transportation. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And the freight lead extension is not one of those 14 projects, correct?
That's correct. I believe he mentions it later in the process or in the packet.
And so it was not included in the original RTC modeling?
That's not necessarily true. We did have that. Mr. Dingler recommended that as a project initially. We did a high level internal validation of that feasibility. We determined that it would likely be too expensive to include, and asked Mr. Dingler to see if he could find additional projects that would serve the same purpose.
And so it was, just to be clear, it was not included. Those 14 projects sum up to about $440 million. And so then the freight lead extension, which is $84 million on top of that.
That's correct. But I believe, as Mr. Hunt said, one of our projects would come out or would not be necessary.
And that was the St. John's project.
Yes, the St. John's crossovers.
So if we go to page 10 of this report, and I believe this is the section you were referencing when you said Mr. Niemeyer does talk about the freight lead extension.
That's correct.
So it's this other beneficial projects for consideration. And then we turn to page 11, and that's where we finally get to the freight lead extension.
That's correct.
Okay. And so Mr. Niemeyer says, some railroads are now operating 12,000 foot trains, and in the future, most railroads will operate these 12,000 foot long trains. Due to this, NSR should have a siding to hold 12,000 foot long trains while waiting for Amtrak trains to pass. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And Mr. Niemeyer estimates the cost at about $84 million for this.
That's correct.
And that was not included in the original $440 million that CSX and NS said was necessary for Amtrak to pay for before Amtrak could start the Gulf Coast service, correct?
I believe it was mentioned in the report, but no, it's not in that 440 million.
So I'm just trying to get clarity on NS's position. So NS's position is actually that there's $524 million of projects that have to be completed before before Amtrak can operate the Gulf Coast service. Is that right?
We've provided a list of projects that mitigate the impact Amtrak has on our operations.
And it wasn't until Mr. Hunt's testimony on Wednesday that we learned that NS now considers the freight lead extension not just another beneficial project for consideration, but actually a 15th project and a prerequisite that must be completed before Amtrak can run a single train. Is that right?
We believe that the freight lead is probably the most beneficial project in the New Orleans terminal.
So the total demand now for Amtrak to start Gulf Coast service is 524 million, not 440 million. Is that right?
That's the total for those projects, correct?
And we can take down that document. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. We saw with Mr. Hunt that NS already has 2 main tracks for the 3 miles over which Amtrak would travel, correct?
That's correct.
And Amtrak would only need 1 track to get where it needs to go, correct?
No, they'd occupy both tracks. They have to cross over.
But adding another track is really just about adding another place to park freight trains. Is that right?
No, it's to move the freight trains out of the way so Amtrak has a clear route.
So Amtrak doesn't run 12,000 foot long trains, correct?
Correct.
So the freight lead extension will be used by freight trains, correct?
That's correct. It's to move the freight trains off of Main 2 so that Amtrak has a route through.
But there's already 2 main lines.
That's correct, but Amtrak has to cross over and utilizes both tracks when they move.
And Mr. Hunt testified that it takes an Amtrak train about 8 minutes to travel the 3 miles of the Norfolk Southern line. Is that right?
I don't know that he testified that.
Is it your understanding that it takes an Amtrak train about 8 minutes to travel the 3 miles of the NS line?
That would make sense.
And Amtrak proposes to operate 4 additional trains per day on that line, correct?
That's correct.
So a total of about 32 minutes for Amtrak on the 3 miles of NS lines daily, correct?
That's correct. But as I stated before, when we run Amtrak trains, they need dispatch starts holding trains well before Amtrak arrives to ensure that we have a clear route for them.
And so for those 32 minutes, Amtrak must pay for about $100 million in improvements to Norfolk Southern lines. Is that right? That's sort of adding in the freight lead extension, subtracting out the St. John's project and adding in the other projects. Is that your understanding?
Those are the projects that are going to be necessary for us to be able to keep a clear route and give Amtrak the preference they're afforded.
Mr. Hunt also testified that the back belt can accommodate about a 15 to 20% growth in freight traffic without any infrastructure investment by NS. Is that correct?
I don't recall him testifying that, but
is it your understanding that the back belt can accommodate about a 15 to 20% growth in freight traffic through 2039 without NS investing in any infrastructure?
Yes, our operations should be able to handle that, yes.
So without building the freight lead extension?
That's correct.
How many additional freight trains does NS anticipate that 15 to 20% growth resulting in?
I believe it's 2 additional freight trains and 1 local on the back belt, I believe.
And how long on average does it take a freight train to traverse the black belt? back belt?
Every train on the back belt has to stop and work. So it just depends on what amount of work they have.
Fair to say it would take longer than 8 minutes?
Sure, it would take longer than 8 minutes.
Fair to say it might be about an hour?
That's fine.
And it could be longer than an hour?
Sure, it could be longer than an hour.
So NS can accommodate 3 additional trains that will occupy the back belt for several hours without any infrastructure investment, but it can't accommodate Amtrak trains that will be on the back belt for 32 minutes without $100 million in infrastructure investment from Amtrak. Is that correct?
That's correct. If you want us to be able to move Amtrak with the preference that they're afforded, then our trains can't sit on the main line. They're going to have to move to give you guys the route necessary. So yes, that's correct. Our trains can sit on the main line. It's not an issue for us to sit on the main line, but in order to move Amtrak with the priority that they're afforded, we have to have another spot to put the freight train.
And that's a 3rd spot in addition to the 2 main lines.
Yes, we'd have to be able to clear both tracks in order for Amtrak to move.
I'm going to go back to your verified statement, to page 12 of your verified statement, which again is Joint Exhibit 23H, where you're talking about how you arrived at NS's growth projections. And at page 12, you say you consulted with your internal commercial planning and network planning groups to determine projected carload volumes for 2040. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what page are you on?
This is page 12 of your verified statement, last paragraph. And I believe we can put that up if we need to.
That's correct.
And you projected annual growth of 1.5%. Is that correct?
Less than 1.5.
And is there anything in your work papers that supports that 1.5% growth estimate?
I believe Mr. Dingler backed out from our growth to come up with that less than 1.5 number.
Is there anything in your work papers that supports that?
I don't believe I have any work papers.
Anything in Mr. Dingler's work papers to support that?
I don't know.
And it is this growth in freight traffic that drives the infrastructure demands for the 2039 case, correct?
No, it's adding Amtrak that drives the infrastructure necessary in the 2039 case.
It's the growth in freight traffic does not impact at all the infrastructure demands for 2039.
No, I don't believe so.
Does the growth rate, do the infrastructure demands consider the possibility of operating efficiencies between now and 2039?
Such as what?
Such as increased productivity?
The back belt works pretty well. I'm not sure what efficiencies you might be referring to. I mean, if you give me an example, I might be able to tell you whether or not that's something that could be put into place.
I believe Mr. Hunt's verified statement said that there are already lengthy delays along the back belt and that adding Amtrak would exacerbate these delays.
That's correct.
So the infrastructure projects that are recommended by the 2021 RTC study are designed to allow NS to maintain the status quo operationally. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's to allow us to continue our operations as they exist today.
Did the 2021 RTC model differentiate between infrastructure projects that would mitigate serious adverse impacts on Norfolk Southern versus projects that would ensure the status quo for Norfolk Southern?
We identified a set of projects that mitigated the impact of Amtrak on our lines
To allow you to maintain the status quo, correct?
to allow our operations to exist as they do today.
Which of the 15 projects that we've discussed will mitigate the extra 19 minutes of delay that the model says will result from the introduction of passenger service?
Okay, I think you've mentioned this metric several times, and I'm not sure what the metric is. Can you explain to me what that metric is?
Sure. The modelers predicted a 22.7% increase in aggregate train delay per 100 miles. And that translates into an increase from 83 minutes to 102 minutes.
Okay, that's 19 minutes of delay additional per 100 train miles.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to expand on this. I think that the board needs to understand what that number is. 19 minutes of additional delay per 100 train miles is 19 minutes per 100 train miles that's traveled over the course of the simulation. Thousands and thousands of miles are traveled. That 19 minutes equates to 13 hours of additional delay per day.
Which projects of the 15 projects that are recommended will mitigate those 19 minutes?
All of them.
So you need all 15 projects to mitigate.
That brings us back to zero. I mean, that brings us back to where we were. Yes.
And which projects will mitigate the reduction in freight train speeds from 14.8 to 14.1 miles per hour?
The defined projects bring us back to where we were.
All 15 of them are necessary to mitigate that impact.
Well, not 15, 14. If we don't put St. John's in and we put the freight lead in, it's 14.
It's actually 15 because the St. John's, there's a package of 3 projects that are counted as one for purposes of NS.
Well, yeah, but then if you're still just swapping them.
Well, I'm
So if
swapping
St. John comes out and the freight goes in, that's still only one project with 3 pieces.
Is the St. John's project, do you recall what that is estimated at?
No, I don't recall.
Is it estimated at between $4 and $5 million?
If that's what it says in the Niemeyer report, and I'll believe that. I don't know off the top of my head.
And so we're swapping out an $84 million project for a $5 million project. Is that right?
They, in essence, I mean, the freight lead mitigate or eliminates the need for the St. John's crossover.
But it's still 15 projects because, as I said, the 3 NS projects, including St. John's, were included as project 1 for Mr. Neumeyer's report.
Okay, we'll go with 15 projects. That's fine.
Okay. So in any event, which of those projects will mitigate the reduction in freight speeds from 14.8 to 14.1 miles per hour?
All the projects bring us back to status quo.
And which of those projects will mitigate needing to recrew once more every 3 days?
All of the projects bring us back to status quo.
So there's no way to tie specific projects that are recommended to specific impacts that are causing unreasonable impairment, supposedly. Is that correct?
You'll have to talk to Mr. Dingler about exactly what he looked at.
Which of those projects would you need to mitigate what you would consider to be a reasonable impairment of freight transportation?
The model didn't define reasonable or unreasonable. The model defined a set of projects that would mitigate the impact to Amtrak on our lines.
And mitigate them so that you could maintain the status quo, correct?
So that we could keep our operations as they exist today, correct?
And NS has acknowledged that there is sufficient capacity for the Gulf Coast service to operate right now, correct?
There is room to run more trains on the line. However, that's not the question that's being asked here. Capacity exists. It's what the impact is to our operations. That's what's been defined here.
And Norfolk Southern has acknowledged that the Gulf Coast service can be added now without causing the corridor to grind to a halt, correct?
No, but it will severely impact our operations, and it's going to cause our interchange partners to sit on their lines for extended periods of time and cause cascading or ripple effect of issues on their lines.
And when you say it will severely impact your operations, the evidence of that severe impact is the RTC study and the statistics that it spit out about modeled train delay per 100 miles and reduction in freight train speeds and need to recrew. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, Ms. Sincanen. If you can just give me one moment. Thank you, Ms. Sincanen. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Sincanen, I have a couple of questions following up. You talked about certain freight trains having schedules and other ones don't, so forth. Just on that testimony, is it your understanding, based on your work, that freight train schedules could be expected to change or vary over a 20-year period if we're looking towards 2039 from what they are today?
Sure. That would be fair.
So was there any way to, I gather that wasn't taken into account though in trying to figure out the modeling of how the freight train schedules would change? No,
typically speaking, we don't adjust operations that way. We don't change our train schedules when we're modeling. They may happen. I mean, they may happen in the future, but typically speaking, when we're doing a model, that's typically not something that we're looking at.
Why not?
It's changing a schedule isn't as simple as just moving, a departure time or an arrival time. You have to make sure that arrival time will work at the arriving location, that they're going to have the capacity in the yard to handle it at that time, that once we get it into the yard, that there's going to be crews available to move it, to move the carloads around, that we've got a local in place that could deliver to our end customer at the same time. It's just not as simple as just saying, hey, let's move this schedule 2 hours away or 2 hours earlier.
Well, whether it's simple or not, there's $500 million at stake here. Is it doable, whether it's simple or not, to adjust those schedules in the model?
Sure. I mean, we could test changes in schedule in the model.
Okay.
And usually that's something that does come up potentially in discussions, once we've defined, here's the infrastructure that we're looking at to mitigate the impact. And then there's negotiations amongst the parties, and, operational changes may come into play there.
It sounded like, sorry, Marty, to interrupt, but it sounded like that the schedule changes are what happened in the real world.
That schedule changes happen in the real world?
Yeah, over a 20-year period. Yes.
Yeah.
So that would be an instance where the model departs from what we'd reasonably expect in the real world.
Right.
Yeah. All right.
And just on the other matter that you were asked about, taking into account changes or improvement in productivity, I think you were asked about the back belt line specifically, but what do you expect in your work that productivity will change and presumably improve over a 20-year period as you look out forward?
The back belt's a kind of unique.
No, I wasn't limiting it to the back belt, Ms. Ken, I'm talking about generally when you're modeling and you have all these inputs and so forth, do you take into account any increase in productivity when you're looking out 20 years?
I mean, we look at things like increasing train length to reduce the number of trains that we're running.
And you did that. That actually did happen in this modeling, right?
That did happen in this one, yes.
No, wait,
Any,
Marty, sorry to jump in.
Yeah.
You decreased the number of trains running?
Did we decrease the number of trains running? No. I mean, instead of adding, for CSX, instead of adding additional train starts on their
Right.
line, they increased the lengths of the trains.
I thought I heard you say that you increased the train length to decrease trains running, but it sounds like what you did is you just allocated the growth to increase train length, but you didn't decrease train starts.
Yes, but I mean, in other studies, I mean, in the whole, if we take the whole realm of all of our traffic into place, we do look at, combining trains as a way to increase productivity on our lines.
What other studies?
Not this one. Mr. Overman just asked in general, not limiting it to the back belt.
No, but
correct.
what studies do decrease train starts?
So we can combine trains, which would decrease the train starts. We put two trains together and then look at infrastructure that maybe we would need in order to run fewer longer trains. So maybe longer siding as opposed to running more short trains.
All right, sorry, Marty, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's okay. Any other kinds of improvements in productivity other than train length that you consider in these modelings?
We've looked at DP power, where we put power in the middle and the head end.
Do you look at adding more power just for the trains to have a better velocity?
I have not.
Is that something that's done in RTC modeling to your knowledge?
I believe it can be looked at in RTC modeling. I don't believe I have looked at it, but yes, it could. Yes, we could add additional power. There are limitations on how much power you can put on a train. But yes, we could look at that.
Any other types of productivity? I'm not knowledgeable enough to list any, but do you know of any?
No, I mean, I can't think of any off the top of my head.
Okay, that was all I had. Do any other board members have questions?
Marty, just to make sure I'm tracking the point.
But hold on, Patrick, do you want to finish?
It will be very quick. I don't mean to jump in front of my colleagues, but this is just a really offshoot of what. So to be absolutely clear, you're saying that if we were to look back at a 20-year period, we would see productivity improvements beyond just longer trains for a locomotive. You might see things in terms of adding distributed power. You might see things in terms of improving locomotives over time, et cetera. There are lots of different ways that productivity can increase.
I mean,
But-
you can also look at infrastructure. I mean, there are infrastructure that could be put in place that would increase productivity. Like if
Right.
you put signal systems in.
Right. And I guess besides increasing train length, there is no form of freight-driven productivity that was included in the model.
No, I don't believe so. But I would clarify that with Mr. Dingler.
I appreciate it. Thank
Karen?
Ms. Cannon, remind me, how long is the existing freight lead?
I believe it's between 3,000 and 3,500 feet.
That's all I have.
Any other board members have any questions?
Yes, Ms. Canning, would you be able to answer as to whether or not a model was run with a lesser amount of infrastructure other than the 14 projects?
I believe for the 2019 impact, we did reduce the number of projects. I believe it's 11. And you'd have to talk to Mr. Dingler if he tested any other ones. I know that we had other infrastructure projects that were in and have come out. So I know that there have been other iterations. I don't know the extent of those iterations.
Do you know which projects were left out?
We had as far as NS is concerned, we had another set of crossovers at East City Junction as part of a way to extend the distance between where Amtrak came on and where our trains work, to try and be able to fit one or two trains in that space. So we had that in there, and eventually it came out.
Sorry, I'm not sure if I was clear. In other words, you removed a couple of crossovers. Is that correct?
On the NS side, there was an additional project that I know was tested that did not end up in the final package.
Do you know by chance how much, the removal of those crossovers shaved off of the total number?
I don't know. Generally speaking, crossovers could be anywhere from $4 to $10 million.
Each?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And then once you removed just those crossovers, what was the result?
That I can't answer. You'll have to talk to Mr. Dingler about that.
And I'm going to guess that Mr. Dingler was the one that made the decision on which projects were removed.
That's correct. Yes. After he tested. So you come up with a whole list of, projects that you're going to test in the model, and then you run through iterations as you try to come to a final set of projects that accomplish the goal.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a follow-up question on.
Robert, go ahead. Surely.
So we've heard a lot, and not just from you, from other witnesses about Mr. Dingler, and he's going to have a lot of answers, I hope, for us, because a lot of folks are like, you have to ask him.
Yeah. So he did the modeling. So he has a little bit more in-depth knowledge of the model and everything that he tested. I mean, it's a lot. There's a lot that goes into a model.
No, I understand that. And again, I'm not nowhere close to being an expert on it, but I guess I'm a little bit, I want to get just clarification here. So would you say that Mr. Dingler had tremendous leeway and flexibility in terms of altering or making adjustments to the model? Because it sounds like when questions are asked, specific questions, I've heard from again, just about every witness say, I don't know, you're going to have to ask Mr. Dingler. And so that actually, I'm a little confused at that, because most of the witnesses had some sort of input into the model, as you said, your inputs, but then we don't, I'm getting confused, because but no one seems to understand what happened once those inputs were given to Mr. Dingler. And so, so was he basically the person, because I'm trying to set this up so when we talk to him so I can understand, is he the guy that basically said yay, nay on the input? He changed the input if it needed to be changed, if he thought it needs to be changed. He's the one who determined the projects, if the projects needed to be changed. So he had complete authority to make changes and adjustments to the model.
He did. We would have conversations if it was something that he felt that we needed to be involved in. But yes, we gave him the data. He built the model. He ran the model. He came up with the infrastructure. He tested the infrastructure. We had conversations on the infrastructure. But ultimately, the set of projects that were recommended, the inputs, he did his own validation of the inputs. But yes. Okay.
So in terms of his oversight from NS's perspective, was there oversight, or was it a matter of just he gets the data input, he's running the model, he's the expert, let him do his thing? Because I'm trying to figure, I just want to just clarify in terms of.
Yes, I would say that that's an accurate representation. We are involved. He does, if he had questions for us about our inputs, if he had questions for us about, infrastructure, is this buildable? Is this not buildable? How would this infrastructure be utilized if we built it? Say for the freight lead, would you use that to park the trains, or would that only be used for this specific operations? I mean, there were questions and there was input from the railroads, but Mark was the modeler in this case.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Cannon, I have a couple more questions just to try to understand the process here. If you know, and if
Okay.
you know, tell us who knows. So you've talked about the freight lead was looked at in the initial report, and it was decided not to include it in the initial report because of the cost. And it was
Yeah,
also,
so
right?
I believe that we talk about it in the initial RTC report.
Yes, you do.
Mhm.
And then
It was a cost issue originally, and potentially build feasibility issue, and that's why it was pulled out.
right.
Um,
So my question, and then Mr. Niemeyer, whose verified statement is the same date, November 3rd, also talks about it, as you
That's correct.
pointed out. And then the rebuttal report was submitted a few weeks later on December 23, and now it is, the freight lead is included.
That's correct.
So I'm wondering if you could tell us what was the process. First of all, someone had to decide whether to ask Mr. Dingler to make a rebuttal report. Were you involved in that communication?
I was aware of the rebuttal report being produced, correct?
All right, Mike, who asked him to do it? Do you know?
No, I don't know.
You just heard he was doing it?
I knew there was a rebuttal report, correct? I don't know who requested that. I don't know if that was NS or CSX. I don't know where the request for that came from.
How did you learn that was going on?
Mark discussed it with me.
He didn't tell you what prompted him to undertake?
No, I don't know.
So
I mean, I'm assuming that it's to respond to, you know, the reply of evidence from Amtrak.
I don't want you to, not asking you to guess or make assumptions. I'm only, if you know the answer, it could be helpful. And how, do you remember when the discussions you had with Mr. Dingler took place about that he was going to be preparing a rebuttal report?
No, I couldn't tell you that.
How many conversations did you have with him?
With Mark, with
Yeah,
Mr.
about the
Dingler, several. I
About
don't
the
know.
rebuttal. I'm sorry. about the
I don't
rebuttal.
know. I couldn't answer that.
All right. And were you the person who suggested that he include the freight lead in the rebuttal report?
No,
Who was the person?
I can't answer that. I would assume that that came from Mark's analysis of the model, that it was a necessary project based on the impacts.
This would be the analysis done after the original report and before the rebuttal report?
That I really can't answer that. I'm not sure exactly
we'll
when.
Okay. I didn't know what your involvement is in it. It sounds like you didn't have much involvement in the rebuttal report. Would that be a correct statement?
I mean, I read the rebuttal report and my hand in it would have not been very much. It would have been, you know, background. If he had any questions about the model or any of the inputs, I would have been involved there and we would have discussed that.
Did he?
I don't recall.
Did you do any more data gathering for the rebuttal report?
I did not. No.
Okay. Do you know if anybody else did?
No, I don't know that.
Were you involved with the discussions before the original report in which it was determined not to include the freight lead because of cost?
Yes, I was involved in that.
Who was involved with those discussions?
I reached out to our engineering department to get a high level feasibility, build feasibility of it. And we came back that if it was buildable, it would be difficult to build, so expensive. So I told Mark to pull that out.
Was that on your own? Did you have authority to tell Mr. Dingler to pull the freight lead out?
Yeah, so I had conversations with my boss about it. And we decided that because of the cost of that project, we didn't want to pursue it. It was too expensive. We wanted to look and see if there were other options that would mitigate the delay to NS. And we identified a set of projects that did that. However, analysis showed that while it mitigated the impact to NS, it did not mitigate the impact to our interchange partners.
Who was your boss who you discussed it with?
And Michael Williams.
And was it a joint decision of you and Mr. Williams to ask Mr. Dingler to take the freight lead out of the initial report? Or
We didn't take it out of the initial report. We took it out of the set of projects that he was testing.
that's what I meant.
Yes. Yeah.
Was it a joint decision by you and Mr. Williams?
Yes.
And who in your engineering department did you, when you said you asked them to do a high level, the feasibility of cost and buildability and so forth, who was that you spoke to?
I'd have to go back and check the emails.
Do you have an email chain that reflects that discussion?
I may.
Was there any other way?
I don't recall if I emailed him or if I used Communicator or if it was a phone call. There may be an email chain on it. I'd have to go back and look.
But it
And
sounds like-
I don't want to speculate who it was, but
No, I don't.
there's only a few individuals that I would have reached out to.
Well, I don't want you to speculate, but it is possible you think to go back through some record that you may have that would identify who you were communicating with on this subject.
Sure. I can look.
Okay, so let me ask you, did you have any discussions with the engineering department about any of the other of the 14 projects in terms of cost and whether it made sense to spend that much money?
Not as far as costs or whether it made sense to spend that much money. We provided the suite of projects that Mr. Dingler came up with to our engineering department to just get a high level feasibility.
Well, was there any discussion about any of the other 14 projects of a similar type that you had about the freight lead as to whether the cost was worth it to be included in the projects for the RTC study?
I only looked at the NS projects, which is one project in a set of 3 different sets of crossovers in the freight lead, or it was 4 different sets of crossovers in the freight lead at that time. So no, I had the conversation about our infrastructure.
Do you know whether CSX followed a parallel process that you followed on the projects on their line in terms of whether the cost was worth including them in the study?
That I don't know.
You just didn't have communications on that subject.
That's correct.
Let me ask this, and that there were communications between your folks at NS and the folks at CSX in connection with this study, right?
That's correct. Yes.
And was there any discussion during any of those meetings that you recall where there was sort of an overview about how to approach this? In other words, was there any discussion in substance that, as we're doing this modeling, we ought to ask our people to look at cost versus the benefit of including a project in the study? Do you recall any sort of overall approach like the one you actually followed with the freight lead?
No, I don't recall.
All right. Okay. Well, it's all very helpful. Thank you much, Mr. Cannon.
You're welcome.
I think there are no other board member questions. Mr. Donahoe, it's your witness for redirect if you have any.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one question on redirect. Holly, will the addition of the 4 Amtrak trains to the back belt only affect freight operations for 32 minutes a day?
No.
Why is that?
We have to clear a path for Amtrak ahead of Amtrak arriving. Generally speaking, we use an Amtrak window, is typically what it's called in the field, roughly 45 minutes to an hour ahead of Amtrak's arrival, we start staging our trains to keep clear of Amtrak's route.
Thank you.
You're
I have no
welcome.
further questions, Chair.
All right, any recross, Jesse?
Just one based on what specific investments were made in the back belt in the last 20 years?
You'll have to go back.
Objection, that's beyond the scope of redirect.
She may answer.
I believe Mr. Hunt answered that question. You'll need to go back and look at his testimony. I can't tell you off the top of my head.
Thank you.
You know, actually, Mr. Cannon, I'm sorry to prolong it. I did have one other question I overlooked in my notes. Are there bottleneck type issues on the west end of the back belt, wherever that, we hasn't been much discussion about it, but wherever that goes?
The west end where we connect to the UP.
Well, I don't know where it ends.
Yeah, I mean,
Does it end someplace?
we go to, I think it's East Bridge Junction. We connect to the UP there. That's where so yes, we're handing off to another railroad there. It's an interchange operation. Those are all pretty bottlenecked.
Okay, but none of Amtrak will have no impact on the west end because they turn off long before you get there, right?
Not long before, but yes, before.
Yeah, before, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Somewhere before, on the map it looked long, but somewhere.
Yeah, the whole back belt, I think, is only maybe 7 miles.
I
So
see. Okay. All right. I think Ms. Cannon, unless anybody else, anything else, you can be dismissed.
thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your patience. At this point, we were planning to take a break at 11 o'clock. It is 12 minutes to 11, and I think it would just make sense to start fresh with, as our next witness, Mr. Dingler.
Yes, he is, Chairman.
All right. Let's recess at this point until 1 p.m. Eastern. We will proceed with Mr. Dingler. We'll try to stop at, at a reasonable hour. We're certainly not, I can't imagine be able to, if we were able to finish them, would be great, but it doesn't seem likely this afternoon. And just so people are reminded of the schedule, we're going to reconvene Thursday morning at 9:30. And then we have scheduled next Monday and Tuesday. And before we leave today, I don't want to do it now. We have a schedule for more days in May, on which all board members are available to finish this off, assuming we need more days after next Tuesday. So I'd like to have that discussion maybe when we convene at 1. Actually, I can tell you now, if council would look at their calendars, then I don't want to get into the discussion. We're looking at May 9th and May 11th. And that should be enough to finish this. So if you're.
So Chairman, just if I could just clarify, so is that in addition to the first 3 days in the first week of?
No, the first week of May is no longer, not available, it turns out.
So could you just repeat that for us again? So in May.
So it'd be the 18th and 19th of April, and then the next 2 days would be May 9 and May 11.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
Okay, and let's see if we can firm those up when we come back this afternoon. All right, with that, we will recess until 1 p.m. Eastern. Thank you all.
This is Kim, the reporter. Just wanted to let you know that I'm back from lunch. I'm just going to stay on mute.
Thank you, Kim.
All right, Kim, I'm just waiting for the rest of the board and then we will be underway.
No problem. Just wanted to let you know that I'm here.
All right, thank you.
I'm here, Marty.
I see you. Be with you in a minute.
Okay, and just a reminder that we are live. Okay, so we'll want to mute our mics until the proceeding is ready to begin.
Sorry, guys, we just, Patrick and I just had to finish up something. He is going back to his computer. He'll be there shortly. So hopefully within the next 30 seconds to a minute.
All right. As soon as I see Patrick, we will get started. All right, everyone is present. We will resume the hearing on the application of Amtrak under 24308A. Mr. Donahoe, I think it's you or your partner's next witness.
Thank you,
Unless
Chairman.
yeah.
For the court reporter's benefit, my name is Ray Atkins. I'm counsel for CSX. I'll be doing the direct for Mr. Dingler.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Ray. I wasn't sure who was on. So Ray, it's you. Proceed.
Yep. Would you like to go ahead and swear in the witness, Chairman?
I would. Mr. Dingler, would you raise your right hand, please? you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, proceed, Ms. Ray.
Thank you. Mr. Dingler, would you please introduce yourself to the board?
My name is Mark Dingler. I am a senior project manager at HNTB Corporation.
Could you please describe your educational background?
I have a bachelor's and master's of science from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign.
And what was the focus of your master's degree?
While at Illinois, I was a part of the rail program there. This entailed I took a number of rail classes, but also conducted rail research. The focus of my master's thesis was I used RTC to look at the impact of train mix. So this included both freight to freight mix, but also freight and passenger.
So you were actually trained on the use of the RTC model in college?
Yes.
Where did you work after achieving your master's degree?
Upon graduation, I joined CSX.
How long did you work at CSX?
I worked there for 8 years.
What type of work did you do while you were at CSX?
I started in the service design department, eventually moved to both the finance and then engineering departments.
I'm going to move the mic a little bit closer to me. Yep. So can you describe, did you use the RTC in the course of your employment at CSX?
Yes. When I was in the service design department, I was there for 5 years. And my responsibility was to use RTC with a primary focus on public projects. So I was involved with commuter projects and intercity passenger rail projects, including New York High-Speed Rail, MARC, VRE, Amtrak.
Approximately how many RTC simulations projects did you conduct or participate in during your 8 years at CSX?
In the 5 years I was in the modeling department, I included about 20 different studies.
Why would you have selected RTC as the software tool for rail planning purposes?
It is the best tool available. It is what we is the only tool available that allows us to easily and quickly study different infrastructure and different operations on a corridor.
Were there infrastructure investments made by CSX on the basis of your findings from the RTC model?
Yes.
Where did you work after leaving CSX?
Upon leaving CSX, I moved to HNTB Corporation.
And how long have you been with HNTB?
Nearly 4 years.
What type of work do you do at HNTB?
Among other things, I use RTC to do complete capacity studies.
Can you describe what that entails?
Depending on the client, so we have a number of different clients come to us. These include state DOTs. This includes railroads. This includes passenger agencies. We will use RTC to look at the questions they're asking.
Can you describe, you mentioned them, but can you describe a little bit more about the client types that you work for at HNTB?
We state DOTs. So for instance, recently worked with Texas DOT, and we were looking at a study of Houston where we worked with both BNSF and UP to look at potential capacity projects and grade separations.
Have you ever also done work for the Boston Commuter Agency, and can you describe that work?
Yes, I was part of a team that looked at working with MBTA in Boston. They're redesigning North Station and 2 movable bridges into the station there. So we looked at a number of different infrastructure and configurations and understanding the impact during construction.
And were you using the RTC model in that work?
Yes.
How about, have you done work for Metra?
I've done 2 RTC projects with Metra. The first is I was a part of a team looking at sort of the benefits and value engineering opportunities with the A2 grade separation. So A2 is an interlocking north side Chicago with 4 tracks and 3 tracks crossing at grade. Metra is looking to grade separate that, and so that there's 300 commuter trains a day going through there. But it's an expensive project since we're looking at sort of the operations and potential value engineering opportunities.
And so before we talk about your work in this case for the railroads, have you done any work at HNTB that's dealt with passenger service along the Gulf Coast?
Yes. Soon after I left CSX, HNTB was hired by FDOT to look at the 2016 HDR study. So, as everyone is well aware, there was a different cost estimate from HDR and from the FRA. And so FDOT tasked HNTB to look at those different cost estimates using RTC to try and understand the discrepancy between those and come up with our thoughts on that.
when you were working for Florida DOT, can you describe what information you started with in order to conduct your RTC analysis?
Certainly. We received a train file from CSX. I took that train file, I reviewed it, came up with sort of my thoughts on its acceptability, on what I thought was sort of generally accepted practice. And then we re-looked at all the projects and came up with our own recommendation.
And that was for Florida Department of Transportation.
That's correct.
Okay. Have you ever testified in any kind of trial or been deposed in any kind of litigation proceeding?
No.
So Mark, we're gonna start talking about the RTC. If you have any questions, please ask them, and be mindful that none of the members are RTC experts. So I may ask you to slow down and clarify some of the technical details as we proceed along.
I'll do my best.
Can you please describe how you came to be involved in this proceeding?
In February, March of 2021, I was approached by CSX through their counsel to be involved with this case.
And what was it you were asked to do by CSX?
Essentially, I was asked to complete the study. HDR was not able to.
Why did you look at what was happening in traffic over 20 years when you started this analysis?
So that is standard practice in any study like this. This is the practice that's outlined by the FRA and to my best knowledge in all similar cases similar to this.
So we're going to go into a lot of the details, but at a high level, can you describe the basic structure of the RTC model that you built for this undertaking?
Yeah, certainly. So when you're doing a case like this, the first step you take is development of a base case. And so in this case, 2019 was selected. I think some of the previous witnesses have described why. We took the time period from that. We looked at the trains. I took the inputs provided by the different railroads and developed a singular model of CSX and NS. That model was validated by the railroads to sort of make sure that best represented the operations on the corridor in 2019.
So once you had the 2019 built, what did you do then?
To that, we layered in 20 years of growth. These were numbers provided to me by the railroads. And then developed. So with that, we were able to develop a 2039 base case. This included the growth, but also I think 3 or 4 sidings, I can't remember specifically, between Mobile and Montgomery that CSX told me that they were going to build.
So after you designed the 2 base cases, which is the 2019 and the 2039, what did you do next?
So then we added in passengers. So we looked at sort of the what if analysis of what would be the impact of the additional service.
And you were doing that in 2039?
Yes, initially.
So after you compared the freight performance in the 2039 passenger case and compared it against the base case, was there anything else that you did in the model?
Well, then you look at potential if we determined there was a severe degradation, and then you start looking at projects to mitigate that impact of that passenger service.
Okay, and we're going to talk about that process in more detail later in your testimony. Were you asked to model the impact of passenger service in any year other than 2039?
It is standard practice to only look at 2039, but the board asked us to look at 2019. So we took, and we investigated 2019 of the impact of passenger.
Okay. Did anyone else participate in the creation of the RTC model in this case?
Yes, R.L. Banks, Larry Guthrie, and Charlie Banks were involved. So Larry Guthrie provided he looked over my shoulder. He asked a lot of questions. He really provided me a sounding board to ask, am I following standard practice? Does this make sense? And he also confirmed that I was following sort of standard practice, that I was putting in, accurate inputs into the model.
But you're here today to present all of the details of the RTC model, right?
Yes.
Okay. So before we dig into your report, I'd just like you to explain some of the key features around RTC modeling. Many have already testified earlier that the RTC model attempts to reflect train movement decisions by a human dispatcher. Can you please explain how the RTC model compares to human dispatchers?
I think this is important. Any RTC modeler has to take this into consideration. You have to remember RTC is a computer. And so there are sort of inherent abilities of a computer versus a human dispatcher. A computer knows exactly how long a train's going to take to get between 2 locations. A human would not. There is an inherent sort of conservativeness of a human dispatcher to avoid risk, avoid sort of locking up. Those things aren't present in a computer model. So generally, while RT is a fantastic tool, the modeler has to take in consideration that sort of difference when thinking about sort of projects and thinking about results.
Okay. And you've also, in your report, said they have to take into account the variability of rail operations. What in your view is the ideal way to capture the variability of rail traffic when you're studying a corridor?
In my opinion, that is sort of developing a representative model. There are sort of a high variability of trains sort of arriving in the model. There is train dwells. There is a whole host of things that affect the variability on the corridor. And so to me, the best practice is to take that information over a period of time. In this case, it was 2 to 3 months, and develop sort of distributions around that to best represent sort of a typical day on the corridor.
And can you just, the representative model, can you just elaborate on what that term means to you?
To me, that means if we're not matching one-to-one with any single day out there, we're taking the characteristics, the trains that are generally out there, and representing that.
So why not model use the specific trains during a fixed time period to model the corridor in question?
A couple of reasons. One is we don't want to be modeling for a specific time period because you don't want to design infrastructure for only one operating scenario, one operating day, or for a specific set of things that happened on one day. This infrastructure has to last for 40 years or more, to be honest, 100 years. And so you trying to make sure you have a robust solution over sort of a wide range of operations, not just one day.
And is that alternative sometimes called a replicative model?
At least I call it that, yes.
Okay. And why do you think it's important to capture more representative than just a peak period?
Because I said, I think it just gives you a better result and a better understanding of the impacts. You're not just measuring one exact day. It sort of gathers the whole wide range. So, in one day you may get fantastic results. Another day it may be much worse. That's sort of how a railroad operates on a day-to-day basis.
Okay. So then how do you go about gathering the data about train movements to include into the RTC model?
As a consultant, that information is provided by a railroad. So in this case, CSX provided a .train file, as Hannah testified, along with data and some additional information. NS provided narratives and additional data as well.
So can you describe a little bit any validation process that you might use when that information is provided to?
Certainly. So anything provided to me, I am looking at myself. So does this make sense? Is this actually correct? When I received the track infrastructure, so I received a RTC track infrastructure from both railroads. I took a look at it. Is this representing all the potential tracks that would, affect the capacity of the corridor? And I made tweaks. There were in the .train file provided by CSX. I looked at that, compared that to the actual operations, and I identified a couple of things I felt were not 100% perfect. So I made some tweaks as well. So it is a process of taking what they got, looking at it, sort of verifying it myself to develop again the model that is best represents the operations on a corridor.
Is it unusual to have train movements included in the RTC model where you are relying solely on descriptions from the client for accuracy?
All the time. There are so you can often only get data where there's control points. In some studies, we're modeling subdivisions that have no clean data, no control points. And so you have to rely on the railroad and what data they do have at a high level. But also there's locations where you just will never see data, or operations you'll never see data for. And so, I use my experience to verify, that makes sense. But that's all the time.
And can you describe the type of movements that you typically require field personnel input?
So there's high rail movements, there's blocks of cars, there's movements when there's no control point.
Okay.
Yard movements in and out of yards. These are all very common things.
So when you see a train that's operating in reality in the real world, and it makes a number of movements in a day, how do you decide whether to include it in the model as a single train with multiple movements, or to model each movement separately?
It depends on the best way to represent the operations of that location. In this model, we did it a couple different ways. And the reason was was to, at each location, the best way to represent it was differently. It's not to add in trains to the model or anything like that, but it's just how the configuration, it was a decision at each location to best represent the operations.
And how do you, so we talked about the train movements. You also have to figure out the configuration of the line. How do you decide what yard and industry track to add into the RTC model and what that you can safely not include because it won't affect the results?
In this case, the infrastructure was provided to me, but if I were creating it from scratch, you're looking at it, and basically what RTC is it simulates sort of mainline movements. You include sufficient track yard infrastructure to represent the operations in a yard. What does this mean? It means that, yard movements to in front of, out of the yard. So a train will be delayed on the main line waiting to get into a yard. But you aren't modeling all the different, switching moves in a yard. You're not modeling all the blocks of cars or individual cars in a yard, or even at, customers on a line.
So you're just trying to capture what will impact the mainline capacity?
That is correct.
Okay. Can you describe a little bit maintenance of way windows and what those are?
So in RTC, you're able to put in sort of permits. These are blocks of time that block out a section of track for trains not to move. In this case, we one of the types of permits we put into the model was maintenance away. And so these, these are regular, these are not failures. These are regular maintenance activities that a railroad has to perform on a day-to-day basis. So tamping, replacing ties, welding, those sorts of things.
And then when you add passenger trains, how does that affect the maintenance way windows?
So when a passenger service is added to a corridor, they are going to try and schedule those maintenance away movements not during passenger service. So you will try and shift those away from when the passenger service is operating. In this case, to ensure that those, did not delay passenger, as would be the effort of every railroad, or we allow passenger trains through those windows if that passenger train sort of deviates from its regular normal scheduled time. Okay.
So at the start of your testimony, you described the two base cases that you used in this report, one for 2019, the other one for 2039. Can you describe how the RTC model permits you to then analyze what if questions using those two base cases?
This is the strength of RTC is, you can put in things that aren't actual or real. You can't, so you have to be careful, but you can ask a whole wide range of questions in the model, whether it's, in this case, it's how much infrastructure, or if you need infrastructure. You can look at sort of operational changes. You can look at, different train times, different train sizes, So in where to put in infrastructure, these are all questions you can ask of the model.
Okay. So in this case, what was the first what if question that you analyzed using these two base cases?
The first what if was, what is the impact of passenger onto the corridor?
And so how do you evaluate the impact of adding the passengers onto the corridor?
Basically you add in additional traffic onto the corridor with thinking through how is this going to be best represent how this train will be operated in reality.
And I think you may have said that you sort of run the model. Can you describe what that actually meant in this case to run the model?
Certainly. So for each case, I think there are 10 on our initial report. We ran 30 seeds of a 2-week simulation. Each of those simulations had 10 days. So each, that averages we produced are over 300 days of simulation.
And why would you run so many seeds in a case?
Especially with a representative model, you're looking at a sort of a wide range of operations. It's to ensure that the model is robust, that you have sufficient data points to best, that represent the operations on the corridor.
And can you explain for the members what the difference would be between, say, seed 1 and seed 2? What do you do? What are you doing with each seed?
Yeah, so seed is sort of a statistical coding term. It's a set of random numbers. So in this case, where the random number is affected is like train departure times. We had train sizes, your permit times, your permit durations, your dwell times, a whole host of sort of random variables in these models.
Okay. So after you run each of these 30 seeds, what metrics do you look at to quantify the operational implications of adding passenger trains?
There are, the great thing about RTC is I can look at a whole host of outputs. In this case, I think it was 6 we looked at. We looked at delay, either in pure just number of minutes or in delay per 100 train miles, which is sort of a standard simulation metric. We looked at average speed. We looked at conflicts. So that's the sort of 2 trains meeting each other. How often does that happen? We looked at, see if I can remember them all, recrews.
Did you look at variability?
And yes, and variability. So variability in this case, we defined as the standard deviation. Sorry to get a little bit wonky there. Standard deviation of runtimes.
And did you also look at the dispatching conflicts?
Yes.
Why do you report the changes in these performance metrics on a percentage basis?
It is the best way to contextualize the results. It is sort of a standard practice that I use in all my cases whenever possible. So, for instance, let's think of it this way. A 5 mile per hour change on a 10 mile per hour network is a 50% change. That 5 mile per hour change on a 100 mile per hour network is a 5% change. It is a much better to, when thinking about the impact, to think about 5% and 50% than to say 5 miles per hour.
Okay. And so you mentioned these report statistics. Are those statistics set forth in your RTC report?
They are.
So Chairman, I'm going to show the witness joint exhibit 23D, which has already been introduced into evidence. This is the joint.
Ray,
Sure. Yeah.
before we get there, and I don't want to interrupt your flow at all,
Just
but I want to give the witness an opportunity to clarify. You said that you always represent the delay on percentage terms in all your cases, right?
When it makes sense to, there might be I can't remember, everything. But generally, I think that is the best way to represent the results.
There may be situations where you represent delays in monetary terms.
No. So, and when we used to work at a railroad that, finance would convert that to a monetary term, but it was always when we provided it out a sort of a set amount.
You have not run RTC models and quantified delays in monetary terms?
No. Well, I guess maybe correct that. In my master's thesis, I did. I came up with delay costs and looked at some options, but not. And I can't say the finance department at CSX when I was here did not. They probably did that, but that was not something I specifically did.
Just in your master's thesis?
That's the only place I did it.
Okay, thank you.
And I guess one thing to add is when thinking about the percentages is, we are comparing it's the other reason to do it is you're comparing RTC to RTC. As I mentioned, some of the inherent sort of the computerness of RTC. And so you always have to be really careful as a modeler about sort of comparing an RTC value to actuals because it can be misleading.
So if we're going to pull up table 19, which is on page 45 of the report.
Ray?
Yes, sir.
Ray, I think you were in the middle of actually identifying the exhibit as a whole.
Oh,
So
yep.
why don't you do that? And let's see if there's any objection and then we'll proceed.
Understood. This is where we're going to show the witness joint exhibit 23D, which is the 2021 Gulf Coast reports that was submitted into the record.
Just for clarity, this is everybody's joint exhibit, not NS and CS.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. Is there any objection to proceeding with this exhibit?
No objection.
Okay, proceed.
So we're going to turn your attention to table 19, which is on page 45. And we're going to focus on the statistics there. Could you please describe the performance of freight traffic in 2019 after adding the passenger trains?
So this is, Ray, as you mentioned, this is the 2019 passenger case minus the change in percentage change in between the 2019 passenger case and the 2019 freight case. So, or 2019 base case. The base case is a sort of a freight only scenario. That is the case that, sort of if nothing happens, if no passengers add to the corridor. So you'll see throughout every case is compared back to the base case. So these are the metrics. Some of them I described previously. So we have working from, I'll confuse left and right here. I'll just start with change in modeled freight train delay per 100 train miles. That's sort of the increase in delay between the cases. And then you have sort of the freight train speeds we talked about, dispatching conflicts. The sort of the one unique one here is the change in delay to other New Orleans railroads. This is the delay to trains waiting to get onto the RTC model, waiting to get onto NS in New Orleans.
And we use some colors in this report. Red reflects what?
A degradation performance.
Okay. And you're going to see more colors on the next slide. We're going to turn to the next page, which is page 46.
Ray, before you do that, so I'm not sure I've ever understood this chart. So there's 20, if I could just ask, there's 22.7% more delay per 100 miles in 2019 after you add 4 passenger trains. Is that what this means?
That is correct. One thing to note is that, you know, those cases, the 2019 freight base case, sorry, I'm calling it a freight only. I apologize if I keep going back to that. Yeah, the 2019 base case has delay in it. You know, there is delay inherent in a case. So, but this is the difference between the two.
That's my question. What is how do you measure delay? Delay against what in the base case without passenger? What are you measuring that against?
Certainly, that's a great question. So how we in RTC, you measure delay. It is your sort of minimum, it's your actual runtime in the model minus your minimum runtime. So what that minimum runtime is if that train was the only train on the corridor. You know, so, you know, if that's the only train, there are no conflicts with any other trains. That is the difference. So that is the delay. So on any single track railroad, you will have delay inherent in the operation as you meet trains on the single track.
Right. So there's this base, I'm going to use the word base this way, this hypothetical against which you're measuring it is if the train starts out at one end and it goes to the other end completely unimpeded by any other trains or any other problems.
Yes. And so,
right.
But yeah, just
does
be
that
careful.
include on this line, when you're measuring this sort of hypothetically ideal case, does that include drawbridges opening up randomly, even if there are no other trains?
The minimum runtime would not include the movable bridges.
All right. So the minimum runtime is 140 miles or whatever it is, nonstop.
That is correct.
And based on how fast you can go on this track, I guess, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So just so I understand it, I gather that you have to have something to measure other delays against. But it sounds like in the real world, the minimum run time is always just some hypothetical number. No train anywhere ever goes nonstop hundreds of miles, right?
That is correct. And that's why, so the delay per 100 train miles is not really a metric the railroads use in anything but in modeling because, yeah.
So, okay. And is there anything in your studying, and this may be jumping the gun, but just so I can anticipate what's coming, which tells us about this line as compared to other freight lines? Is this one, even without passenger trains, good, bad, and different in comparison to CSS's network or the national network? Did you look at that? Is that something you're going to enlighten us on?
No. I always get a little bit nervous with that because every line is sort of unique and has sort of, and some of that's how you put the trains in the model, to be honest. I can schedule some of these delays as dwells, which wouldn't show up in that. It's always a danger to do that.
So as we go through this process, in terms of our trying to compare this to anything else, there isn't anything. We just, from your point of view, we're just looking at this line itself.
That is correct.
Okay, that's very helpful I think, to my understanding of what we're about to hear. Thank you very much.
And just one thing to add, you have to be careful, a delay in a terminal would be much higher than on the line of road. And so you'll see the different train types when we break down, those will have different sort of inherent base delays. So it's very location specific.
So we'll turn to that in right now. If you could, we're going to turn to the next page of his report that shows these numbers broken down. Did we run through all of the statistics?
Yes. Then recruise. Yeah.
Okay. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. All right. So this could you please describe what this table 20 is depicting?
Not only did we look at sort of overall metrics, we actually looked at them by both the trains on the corridor and then just sort of into three key groups, the CSX local trains, the CSX through trains, and the NSR trains. And so this was the reason we did this is to make sure we didn't fix the problem, or mitigate the impact to one type of train and severely degrade another. So it is important for us to look at sort of all the trains on the corridor.
And off in the right-hand side, I see percent change in variability. Can you describe what that statistic is meant to convey?
To me, that's almost one of the most important metrics. So a change in speed can potentially be planned for, but a change in variability, it means one train may show up 2 hours late one day and 8 hours late the next. That is a severe sort of impact and impairment to freight.
And if you look at this chart, what trains are experiencing the most change in freight service?
That is the local trains. So of the three types, the CSX local trains have a 45% increase in delay.
And if we could just use can we use the mouse to point that out on the chart? You can see that right there. Okay. Around there. Our text, we're almost there. Okay. Why? So the red is again bad, and the green it looks like it's good. Can you explain why a handful of trains are experiencing an improvement in delay minutes when you add the passenger trains?
Yeah, certainly. So think of it this way: there's a presidential motorcade or an ambulance on a highway. That first car that follows that is going to actually go faster, but it's due to sort of a decrease in speed and delays to all the rest of the traffic. These are trains that happen to be scheduled at the right times, and so the passenger train sort of opened up a window for them.
Okay. And now,
Ray,
Mr. Yep. Yes, Chairman.
Just so I can get the picture. Do you mean if a freight train happens to be lucky enough to be right behind a passenger train?
Yeah. So it could be. Yeah.
Yeah. It'll go through faster.
Yes. So yeah, if it happens to follow right behind it, or because there's sort of a wake behind a passenger train, where freight trains aren't necessarily operating or immediately in front. Sometimes, so it allows sometimes a local to work a little better. You can see CSX1 is one of those cases. But basically, yeah, it's just that the change in operations, the shifting of traffic due to passengers sometimes helps a few trains.
It's kind of like drafting on my bicycle.
That's exactly the case. Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
So now if we go from the present 2019 to the future, can you describe what happens when you asked your first what if question, but you applied it to the 2039 base case? What happens when you add 4 passenger trains to that base case?
We could not get them all to run reliably.
And what does that mean to you as a RTC modeler?
So this isn't an inherent flaw in RTC. There is not sufficient infrastructure to support the operations at the level of service we designed it for.
Okay. So before we leave this kind of first what if analysis and start talking perhaps about infrastructure and how to alleviate it, I wanted to dive into 3 questions that have been raised by members to other witnesses and let you respond to some of those questions. So I'm going to start with the concept.
Ray,
yes, sir.
Before you do that, on page 34 of the RTC study,
are you referring to the rebuttal or initial?
no, the initial one, table 11.
Okay.
Isn't that the same measurement as the one we were just looking at on,
Yes, sir. So we're going to go ahead and pull it up so everybody can see it, and we're going to blow it up. And we weren't intending on discussing this, but if you'd like me, let me do a few questions on direct and flesh this out for you.
I just wanted to, he said it wouldn't run.
Yes, sir.
I thought this is what it is, but maybe
so
it is.
The key will be, and I'll ask Mark to just, if you look up at table 11 and you see the words with increased grade cross blockages, that's the key language that you need to understand. So I'll ask Mr. Dingler to walk through what we did to try to get them all to run in 20 years. If that would help you then, Chairman, then you can ask any follow-ups.
Yeah, that would be fine. That's exactly what I was curious about.
Excellent. So Mark, the model wouldn't run in 2039 when you just added the passenger trains. Can you start by talking, before we talk about what you changed, can you talk about the RTC's assumption about blocked crossings and that is implicit, that it assumes when you try to run the program?
So in RTC, one of the inputs you put in is the grade crossings on the corridor. And RTC has built in a limit on how long a train can be stopped on those crossings. This is to, so you're not planning to block crossings on the corridor. And so in this case, the number we used was 20 minutes. So it allows a train to be stopped on those crossings for 20 minutes.
And roughly how many crossings do you recall were actually in the 2039 base case model?
There's about 160 between Mobile and New Orleans, or 140, and then there's a number in New Orleans and then going out to Montgomery. So there's probably 300 in the model.
And does the RTC model permit you to have a different limit on the block crossings by crossing, or is it a one limit for all the block crossings in the model?
I can set each crossing differently.
Okay. So, so the model wouldn't run in 2039. What did you explore as an additional thought experiment about how you might get the model to actually successfully run in 2039 when you've added the 4 passenger trains?
Before you leave this, Ray, could I just ask a couple of questions about these numbers as compared to the ones on page 45?
So we're going to get there, Chairman, but it would be easier for you.
If you're getting there, I don't want to take you out of order. Go ahead.
Yep. I just want to make sure you understand what were the assumptions that these numbers are assuming.
I'm with you. Go ahead.
So again, you modeled it with the 4 passengers, it wouldn't run. Then you did a thought experiment to see how you could get it to run. Could you describe what it was that you tinkered with in the 20-year case?
So what we did was we increased that time that a train can sit on the crossings. I'd have to look at what that time was. It's been a while, but so basically we allowed that time to be higher. And so now trains can sit in sidings on the main line, blocking those crossings for, I think it was 2 hours or a little bit higher. And so this then allowed trains to make use of some of the sidings that they wouldn't before.
And so you then reported out the statistics, and you're comparing now the base case in 2039 against a case where you've added 4 passenger trains, but you've also permitted the crossings to be blocked for as much as an hour and a half.
That is correct.
And now your report, can you describe what these statistics are reporting in that but for world, or that what if world?
Mm-hmm. So what the model showed was, even by allowing all these crossings to be blocked, I think in the previous page, there's a table where we saw, the key crossings that just, are going to be sat on a lot longer. We still saw a pretty big degradation. So a 20.4 increase in delay, all these metrics. One thing to note on there is that change in delayed New Orleans railroads. The reason that gets better is just west of the Amtrak station towards the interchange location, the CNIC connection, East Bridge Junction, is just full of grade crossings. And so now the model, now that it could sit on those, it actually allowed the trains onto the NS network, and it ran better.
So if the railroads could block the crossings in New Orleans for an hour or 2 hours, the interchanges with third parties would go down.
Yes.
So, but the key, did you ever again model in any of the subsequent models that we're going to talk about? Did you ever relax the assumption about a limit of 20 minutes per block crossing?
No, this was sort of a thought exercise to try and get this model to run. This is not acceptable to the railroads. It would not be acceptable for me to recommend projects based on blocking crossings.
Okay. So Chairman,
could I just follow up there? I think you got to the,
Mm-hmm.
I think I understand the explanation, but let me just ask a couple of questions to make sure I got it.
Mm-hmm.
So I was comparing these numbers to the ones on page 45. So the increase in delay of 24% is a little bit less than the increase in the 2019 case, which was only 22.7%.
So
is that explained by the fact that in this model you used block crossings and in 2019 you did not?
Somewhat. The other thing to keep in mind is in the 2019, we were comparing the 2019 passenger case to the 2019 base case. In this case, we're comparing that 2039 case with blockages to the 2039 base case. And so they are looking at against a different sort of baselines.
But just to follow up on the chairman's question, if you did not permit the grade crossings to be blocked for as much as 2 hours, would that number be higher or lower?
Oh, certainly it'd be higher.
Would it be fair to say, just so I understand how the modeling works, if in 2019 you took the lid off of grade crossings, all of the numbers on page 45 would be better, I assume?
Yes.
Statement. Okay, so when you ran your 2019 case, you limited blockings to 20 minutes.
That is correct.
Is that all the crossings?
Yes.
So are there any crossings? This may sound naive coming from me because I have to worry about Barrington, Illinois as well. But are there any places where, while there's a crossing, it's in a road that nobody ever uses, so that blocking it for longer than 20 minutes wouldn't be a problem? Do you ever look at that kind of a variable?
So great question. So one of the things I did upon receiving the model from CSX and NS is I looked at all the crossings and we removed any crossing from the model that had less than 200 AADT. So that's average annual daily traffic. This came from the FRA grade crossing database. And so those are what I would consider very low volume crossings. And so that was to make sure we weren't not allowing trains to block sort of dirt roads.
All right, and those, did you remove all limitations on time for blocking those crossings that you took out?
Yeah, I just removed them from the model. So they didn't, the model didn't.
Like they didn't exist, you mean?
Correct.
All right, and that factor is already included in the graph on page 45 that we looked at first.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Well, I get it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So again, just to kind of restart, there was several questions that the members were asking other witnesses that I'd like to, and we do this again later on, so we're not going to try to cover all of them at one spot. But so I want to start by the concept of operational changes and whether they're in the model or not in the model, and what the model can do and what it can't do. So let's just start defining the term. From you as an RTC modeler, what does the term operational changes mean to you as a modeler?
As a modeler, I think of when someone says, did you make an operational change? I think of that as an operating plan change. So that is sort of schedules for sort of trains coming onto the network. But operations as a whole, the way I think about it is it's the operating plan that is then dispatched. So the output of the model you could claim would be called operations.
So what types of, but staying with your own terminology, can you give some examples of things that would clearly fall into what you would define as an operational change?
This would be sort of new departure times, changing in dwells, if possible, changing train size, all those sort of operating plan changes.
If you were to put a window on the line
Yes.
for passenger trains, that would be considered an operational change?
Correct.
Are these all operational changes that the RTC model can't do itself automatically?
Correct. Those are all would be what I would consider an input into the model. It's something I would have to add.
And you've already explained this, but the RTC model lets you test any of those operational changes if they're feasible by putting it into the model and then rerunning it and see what the implications are.
That is correct.
Now, what types of operational changes? We're going to stay with just the base case, and you've added the passenger before we start talking about infrastructure. What kind of operational changes did you consider, or at least look at as a modeler, when you were asking this first what if question? What happens if I put the passenger trains on?
So early in the process, when you're looking at, I guess, let me take a step back. When you're in an RTC case, you're looking, is there one train that's being delayed the same time every single day, do the same thing? And so early on in our modeling, we identified one train. But at about the same time, with the help of the clean team, we identified that I scheduled all the CSX trains in the Eastern time zone and all the CSX, NS and Amtrak trains in the Central time zone. And so once we corrected for that, that issue went away.
But if that issue hadn't gone away and you'd had one train that was just bollocksing up the line, what would you have done as an RTC modeler? I would have made a change to that train, because in effect, that's what that was happening to that train. It would pull out of the yard. It sat there for a period of time. It'd be better for the railroad just to keep it in the yard. Why not? Why didn't you look at least in the first thought experiment, changing the schedule for the interchange traffic coming into and out of New Orleans?
So the interchange traffic is highly random. And that's how we modeled it. This is due to operations on UP and BNSF and CN and KCS. These aren't necessarily fully in control of Norfolk Southern, and the data backs that up. So those were sort of entered fully random with no schedule.
So if we could just to elaborate, can you explain what it means to make it fully random when you're putting it as an input into the model?
So there are sort of 5 inbound trains a day. So basically how I put it in the model is I spread those throughout the day and let them sort of show up within sort of that area of the day, so that at any given time, any train could show up.
And each seed, you'd have randomized it. So each seed, you have the interchange showing up at a slightly different time.
That is correct.
Could it be 15 hours later, or is there some parameters around when they would show up?
It'd be what, 1/5 of the day, roughly.
Chairman Oberman, I object to the leading.
So what, if anything, did you do to
I'm sorry, I was muted, Ray. Could I hear the question again, please?
I was asking if when he randomized it, could it be as much as a 15-hour difference in terms of its in terms of the randomization? I can rephrase it.
Can you rephrase it, please?
Absolutely. So what, if any, limitations would you place on the variability of in the seeds for these types of trains?
So basically I did basically did a sorry to get detailed. Yeah, did a uniform distribution. And so that one train would never scheduled to show up at the same time as another train. So it was just, basically worked out to be what, 1/5 of the day or 1/10. It could be plus or minus.
And so that's the interline. What, if anything, would go into your consideration about rescheduling local traffic, local customers?
Yeah. So the challenge of rescheduling some of those things is it requires sort of input from other stakeholders. Certain local customers can only be switched at certain times. And so without working with all those customers, I don't have the information to be able to do that.
So did you hear questions from Mr. Fuchs to Mr. Hunt about the RTC model and operating changes?
Yes.
Can you describe the kind of changes to the base case? So we've got a base, let's start with 2019. The 2019 base case that the RTC model itself will automatically do when it's trying to find an efficient way to accommodate the 4 passenger trains.
And I think, as I said, so one way to think about operations is it's the operating plan and then it's dispatched. And so when you add passenger trains into the model, it's going to change the dispatching of these trains. Different trains will take different sidings. There's less flexibility on the corridor now that they have to clear up. You can't sit on the main line, all day at Mobile, because that passenger train is now there. So those are, in effect, operational changes.
But from a modeler's perspective, does that fall within what is the ordinary definition of operating changes?
No. That is sort of an output. The way I view operational changes in RTC would be an operating plan change, which would be schedules typically.
Okay. The second question I wanted to turn to, Ms. Dingler, was a question that was from, again, member Fuchs. That was a technical question around the departure time for certain trains leaving Gentile Yard in the RTC model and how that compared to the dispatch data. So I'm going to ask you to keep your answers general so that we can avoid going into any kind of confidential setting. But I think we can do that. But if at any point in time you want to tell me to answer that, I need to discuss confidential information, just tell me that, and I'll ask the chairman for permission to move into a more confidential setting. So can you describe what analysis you may have done to take a look at the dispatching data in your model and the RTC modeling data, see if you could see any discrepancies?
So what we did for every train was we looked at, for the departure times, I used the train profile data. And so what I did was I looked at that information and created a distribution around it. So, sometimes it was a uniform, sometimes it was triangular, to best represent the data I saw. And so I think there were 2 trains in question. I went back and looked at those, and the distributions pretty closely matched the data I was seeing.
And so just to be clear, the actuals, you were looking at what data set?
The train profile data.
So you were not looking at the dispatching.
Correct.
Okay. What, if anything, in the dispatching data might create the false impression of a discrepancy?
So what I said, I think, remember folks, what you said was there was a called timestamp column. What this is, to the best of my understanding, is the time a crew is called. This is not typically the data set I would use for that, but when a crew is called and arrives on duty, it can't immediately depart. So it has to go get its papers. There are often sort of, some additional switching moves. There's a whole host of things it has to do. It's waiting for a train to arrive, finish getting built. And so that can take an hour, 2 hours. You will see a discrepancy between that time that crew is called on duty and then when that train finally departs.
Right.
Now, without seeing the board's analysis, can you know for sure what's going on?
No.
Okay. What, if any, recommendation would you offer if there was a discrepancy between the dispatching and the real data and the train movements that you put into the dot train file?
If they find something that was incorrect, we can go back easily. That's the power of RTC. Go back in and make that correction and remodel.
Okay.
Ray,
Yes.
may I take this opening with my name being invoked?
Of course. And again, Member Fuchs, if you need to move us into confidential setting, we're happy to do so. But I think we can do this on the public.
I hope so. And I want to express my appreciation for circling back on those questions, especially in a way that can be done in open session. So appreciate it on both counts. So in the dispatching data, it shows there's an entry before the call time, which is the train being built as I take it. There's call time. And then there is, exactly as you described, over, let's say, a course of an hour and a half, 2 hours, 2 or 3 moves.
Yep.
And then what appeared to be in the RTC model was a departure time that was several hours or a few hours earlier than the 3 moves,
Mhm.
a little bit earlier than even the train building time. And so the departure time from Gentilly was before any observable dispatching control point entry.
So one thing to note is
Without identifying the trains, help me understand that.
So in the time period, the 2 to 3 month data set, there was several curfews. And so without getting exactly into it, that when you have a curfew out there, the railroads will reschedule the trains. And so we were careful to remove that data set when we developed sort of our departure times. That is one possible explanation.
When was the curfew? Between what hours?
I don't know. I'd have to, so if you go into the train profile data, it's in the name of the train. They say you have a curfew schedule.
Okay, I don't want to be too specific. I can tell you when the times were. I don't think that's specific, especially if I don't identify the train. It would be unlikely that curfew would be at play. They were morning trains, morning and afternoon we're talking about. So what else besides curfew might explain it?
It could be just the data set. So, TM2, the train profile data is sort of a collection of data. It's based on, inputs from, sort of OS data and from potentially an AI reader. That was the source I used. And so I didn't necessarily go back and compare that back to the dispatch data. You sort of use different data sets for different things. So in looking at it,
let's pause here. Because you have, obviously a great level of knowledge. And so I want to make sure I'm tracking. You said AID. So in other words, there are identifiers on rail equipment that go past readers, typically say at key points after yards, that log something in the system. It's your experience that an AID reader and dispatching log can be off by a few hours?
Depends on the location. Again, to get into too much specifics, I'd have to really dig into it. And I wish I could sit down with you and go through it. But I said, I looked back at the train profile data to make sure I wasn't doing anything too wrong. Some of it also is, if you remember in RTC, I randomized the results. And so, it could, there is some randomization. I think one of those trains was a triangular distribution. And so there might be some just based on the distribution.
Did you ever do a kind of as part of your quality control, compare train profile AID reader to dispatching control points to RTC rejection times?
So as part of the development of the model, we looked at those, and I think that's in my work papers. At the very least, and with rebuttal, we have a detailed sort of here is sort of a tool I developed in Excel to look at those times. But also as the course of when I first received the model, I took the OS data and looked at and I took the RTC output and converted it into a similar type format and looked at sort of the times between your OS to OS points. And, and through that, I identified a couple of things I changed in the model. And sort of just a way to make sure the model is sort of going fast where it's supposed to and going slow where it's not supposed to.
What do you mean by, could you explain that a little bit more, please?
So for instance, there was one train that had intermediate work that we just missed, is somewhere between Mobile and Montgomery in the train file provided to me. What I saw in the data was that train was taking a long time to get between two sidings. And so I did some digging and tried to figure out why that was showing up in the actual data, but not in RTC. And so, there's a whole course of events you go through to sort of try and validate the model.
Okay, I appreciate it. Ray, are we going to talk more about how that delay chart that Marty identified? I do have one question on that. I figure it might be a good time. I also don't want to take you completely out of your flow. But the red and green chart, max versus min. Yeah.
Yeah. So member Fuchs, the next line of questioning I'm going to go down is going to take us down. It's going to be on-time performance and Amtrak preference. So since I know that is why don't we if you'd like to actually ask your question now, or is that related?
I think it might be most efficient if I wait. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Dingler, the third question I was going to ask you to talk about a little bit was before we turn to infrastructure solutions that's been raised by the members with other witnesses is this question about on-time performance and Amtrak preference and how it factors into when you did this first thought experiment, what happens when you add the passenger trains. So when you ran this first what if question, can you explain whether on-time performance was an input into the RTC model?
No.
But when you added the passenger trains, the preference for those trains, that's an input, correct?
That is correct.
So this is a point of some confusion. I'd like you to walk through this distinction with the members. Can you start by describing the idea of preference generally? Just at a high, before you talk about what you did, talk about how preference factors into the RTC model.
So preference, or sometimes called priority, is sort of a metric in RTC that helps it, it determines when there's a conflict between two trains. So a train with a higher priority has a sort of a higher delay cost. And so generally the train with a lower priority or preference will be the one that enters the siding.
And can you describe how you assign a preference to each movement that's in the model?
That is sort of a setting you can apply. So each railroad has their own defaults. But sometimes you have to adjust those to best represent the operations on the corridor. In this case, we gave Amtrak the highest preference or priority metric I could in the model.
Okay, so I'd ask you to elaborate on a little bit. So can you describe the preference in both 2019 and 2039 that you gave to the Amtrak trains when you introduced them into the model?
Certainly. So as I mentioned, I gave them the highest sort of priority I could in the model, but also based on sort of how I was informed by the railroads, they want to operate these trains. We limited the use of a siding in a meet with freight. They said very clearly to me, their intention is to, if there's a freight train and a passenger train, the passenger train will stay on the main line. And so we limited their use of the sidings. But that being said, you have to use sidings to meet these two Amtrak trains. They meet on the corridor. And so we allowed a number of the sidings for the trains to enter those sidings to perform those passenger train to passenger train meets.
And so when you answered this first question about what happens when you add 4 passenger trains, are you capturing 2 different impacts, the impact of adding the trains plus the impact of giving them freight preference?
That is correct.
What, if any, analysis did you provide in your reports to distinguish between those 2 effects?
In our rebuttal report, we did a sort of a thought exercise, a what if, looking at in the 2019 and 2039 cases if we removed all preference from Amtrak.
So since I don't think this table is getting a lot of attention, I want to make sure we draw the members' attention to it. I'd like to, Chairman, with your permission, to put up Joint Exhibit 41B. This is a public version of the 2021 rebuttal RTC report.
Any objection? I'm sorry, Amtrak Port, any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
All right, proceed.
So we're going to turn to page 38 so we can show the analysis that you did in the effort of being as transparent as possible with this project. So we're going to try and zoom in a little bit, Chairman. So if you just give us a moment.
You mean page 13?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. I don't know what that's 38. Okay, so this is we're going to focus here on table 2. Was this table the table you were referring to in your response to my last question?
Yes.
Okay. What does this table describe will happen if you add 4 passenger trains in 2019, but gave them the same preference as the freight trains?
It does reduce the impact of those passenger trains. There is still a sizable impact. It's in table 3. You can see the local trains still see a degradation of 28%. The overall change in delay is still 8%, and your delays in interchange traffic still are out there, but they are less.
So, and I think you just misspoke. I want to clarify the record. You said it decreased the effect on passenger. You meant to say it decreased the effect on
freight.
Thank you. And so that table 3 in the right-hand column is showing you it's the same statistic that we walked through with the chairman, but it's now giving the Amtrak trains the same preference as the freight trains.
That's correct.
Okay. And so in the second column there, what is that showing? When you see the original passenger case in table 3?
That is the 2019 passenger case. This is sort of the one we presented in our original report. You can see, so those are that 45% and 22% delay numbers that you've seen in those other tables.
Okay. And so overall, about half the effect of the impact on freight is from adding the trains, and the other half is from giving them preference.
Yes.
So now you also in table 2 reported out some on-time performance metrics. Now so where did you get these from?
These were calculated from the model.
So from the output of the model?
That's correct.
Okay. What did the analysis shows happens to the ability of Amtrak to hit its proposed schedule without any preference? And can you show them where that is on the chart?
That is there, the equal preference case. We had the 4 trains. It was conveyed to me it's important to make sure we look at those individually, as that's how the railroads will be held to those. You can see that it is much harder for those trains when you have the equal preference to hit their on-time performance metrics. And that's also to keep in mind with those metrics that this is an RTC value. This is a value in a sort of a perfect day. There aren't all those failures that are inherent in sort of a normal or a natural variability of a normal corridor.
And so then on that same table, when you modeled the passenger trains but gave them preference over the freight trains, can you describe what the model says will happen to Amtrak's ability to hit its proposed schedules?
For all but one, you have a very high OTP.
And the one in question that's a little lower is the afternoon train?
Yes.
Okay. But if your RTC analysis shows that the line can be dispatched in 2019 when you add 4 trains, and that giving them preference over the freight train allows Amtrak to hit its schedule, what are the 11 proposed 2019 projects for?
Entirely to mitigate the impact of freight.
And that's being depicted on table 3, the 45%, 22%, and 33%.
That's correct.
Okay. For the members' benefit, we can pause here for a second. That's our discussion about Amtrak preference. My intention is to, yes.
Would Mr. Dingler be able to define OTP, how it's calculated?
Yes, absolutely. Mr. Dingler, could you define, what do you mean by OTP?
So for this study, the way we defined OTP was all station OTP. What the railroads would be held to is, I think, the Amtrak metric is a customer OTP. We don't know the ridership, each location. So we assume sort of weighted each station equally. So this is an all station OTP.
Okay.
How many stations experienced an on-time performance less than 90%?
I looked at that at one time in one set, but I don't know off the top of my head. And I don't think I ever did it sort of with these numbers. So
you heard Mr. Banks say that if all customer were used, the proper target would be 80%.
Yeah, so that is the regulation, or the metrics and standards is an 80% for customer OTP.
I had thought, and maybe I misheard him, but did you understand him to say that if all customer was used, the proper target for the RTC study would be 80%?
No, so that is the metrics and standards, and that is sort of what the railroads be held to. So when thinking about OTP in the model, it is if I'm done sort of all the projects and I'd come back and one of the, the trains was at a 60% OTP, would we have looked at projects to, bring that up? Certainly. In this case, as you can see, there was no need for that. By giving these trains preference, we were able to get sort of a high OTP for these trains.
Well, he had said that the reason 95 instead of 80% is a buffer because of the difference between all stations and all customers. Is that right?
So it is best practice to make sure you get higher than what is sort of regulated. The reason for that is all the sort of things I talked about with RTC. Well, it's a fantastic tool. It is a computer. It's I think a colleague of mine called it 75 degrees and sunny every day, and so I can't tell you exactly what OTP you need in RTC to get 80%. What I can tell you is if you just get 80% OTP in RTC, it's going to be very hard to impossible to get that in the real world.
And so no, go ahead, member. If you, I was just going to do some redirect, but go ahead.
Well, but the FRA standard is not absolute, right?
It is 80% per each individual train, is my understanding.
I mean to say that that's the trigger for an investigation. That's not the trigger for liability. In other words, a freight railroad is not necessarily, it doesn't have to pay damages because they're less than 80%. We say 75 and sunny, if there was a, weather catastrophe, for example, that pushed.
So member Fuchs, I would just, I don't want to object unnecessarily, but Mr. Dingler's not a lawyer. So
right.
I don't think he can opine on the legality of it.
I totally appreciate that. I guess I'm trying to understand why 95% was selected. And there was a previous witness, Ray, I'm sure you appreciate, that specifically said that there needs to be a 15% buffer because of the difference between all stations and all customers. And I didn't hear from Mr. Dingler that any of the stations were below 90%, in which case, if no stations are, even though stations are below 80%, well, then no weighting of passengers is ever going to get you close. And so with respect, I'm really trying to get clarity because I'm hearing different things from different witnesses and I'm struggling to make them consistent. So, and it's not an accusation. I'm just asking for help in clarifying what Mr. Banks said is consistent with what Mr. Dingler is saying in terms of why you need 15%, why 15% was justified, et cetera.
Yeah, so to be honest, that 95% was what we ended up with. It was somewhat inelegant. I think we say that in the rebuttal way to put it.
Ended up with, I mean, who selected it?
We didn't. So it was after we did all the projects, we looked at the OTP and we saw it was, roughly about 95% OTP for these trains. It wasn't some metric we tried to reach, as you could see. We didn't need to add any projects to hit a higher OTP. It was the output of the model once we'd mitigated the freight.
So,
sorry, Ray, please.
Yeah, no, I don't want to ask the same question over and over again, but I just want to make sure it's clear to the members. OTP, Mr. Dingler, was OTP an input into the RTC model?
No.
Was it a target for the RTC model?
No.
When you gave them the passenger trains preference, the results were depicted on table 2 of this report, correct, for 2019?
That is correct.
Okay.
One thing to add is, I said, when you are modeling, though, you would look at OTP. And as I said, it's good practice to make sure you are somewhat higher. I can't tell, there was no specific number we were trying to hit in this case. I think what Charlie was trying to say is we looked at that number and we felt, that was high enough above 80% that there was no need for specifically developed projects for that. It was not a goal, though, to hit that number.
Objection to the speculation, just for saying what Mr. Banks was trying to say.
I appreciate
that part of Mr. Dingler's answer from what Mr. Banks was trying to say will be stricken.
So I will just note that normally I get a chance to offer my response to an objection, Chairman, but
if you have a response to, okay, fair enough.
Yes, I do. Member Fuchs was asking him questions about what his interpretation was of prior witness testimony. So if that's a grounds for an objection, I'm going to make it for the members as well.
I didn't hear Mr. Dingler.
Sorry.
Let me just, I did not hear Mr. Dingler Dingler say prior to now as to what Mr. Banks was trying to say. That is improper guessing about what's going on in Mr. Banks's head.
That's
If you want to strike something else on the same grounds, then show me the place in the transcript and I'll rule on it. But I think Ms. Bracy's objection to that aspect of the answer is well taken, and I will ask that it be stricken, have it be stricken.
So if I'm just going to have one last follow up on this line, Mr. Dingler. So we're going to turn to the projects, and you indicated the projects were there to address the impact on freight. At the end of the process, when you have the 14 projects in place, if you had run the analysis and seen an on-time performance below 95%, what might you have done?
I don't know, what number I said, but if they'd been low, below 80%, we probably would have looked at some projects.
Some supplemental projects to address not only the freight impairment, but the need to get to improve the passenger performance.
That is correct.
Okay. So what I'm going to do now is turn
There's
to
a
the
hand raised.
So I have a question.
Yes, sir. Yes, Matt. Member Hudlin.
Go ahead.
Mr. Dingler, could you explain again what equal preference case means? What is equal preference?
So certainly, yes. So what I did was as I mentioned, the priority in RTC, what I did was I set it the same as the general merchandise traffic on the corridor. And then I also allowed Amtrak to take every siding along the way. So basically it's the dispatcher will treat it just like a merchandise train on the corridor.
So, Mr. Dingler, if you had a freight train and a passenger train that were approaching each other in the equal preference case, the passenger train doesn't get preference.
So in that case, it'd be the train that creates the least delay is what the dispatching decision would be.
Okay. Member Huntlin, does that answer your question?
I have a question that you probably can't answer, and that is, are you familiar with the number of routes that Amtrak runs today that have OTP above 75.3%?
I don't know.
Thank
you. Okay, so we're going to turn now to the next thought experiment, which is the build cases. So where you're introducing infrastructure. Yeah, yeah.
If I can just on the delay per 100 train miles and delay.
Yep.
I think Mr. Dingler described it as, maximum versus minimum runtime, with minimum runtime being unopposed. Unopposed run with a single train. Mr. Dingler, do I have that right, roughly?
It wasn't maximum. It'd be what the sort of that train was dispatched in RTC. So if RTC it dispatched in 6 hours and its minimum runtime was 4 hours, you'd have 2 hours of delay.
And are you aware of, because I think I think in an exchange with Mr. Atkins, you had discussed some previous work in this area, and are you aware of some kind of disagreement about the appropriateness of using that type of delay measure to ascertain capacity?
So you always have to be careful, and so that's why I include it with speed. So for instance, if you increase the speed of a segment of track, you will increase that minimum runtime. Sorry, I'm gonna get a little bit wonky here. You're going to increase the speed of that minimum, and so you're going to see an increase in speed, but you may see no decrease in delay. And so that's why we included both, was because, and you actually see that in some of our metrics, as we improve some of the speed of the sidings, that you actually see I think it was a increase in delay, but a decrease in speed. And so you have to be careful. You can't look at any of these metrics sort of in isolation. You have to sort of look at them as suite and amongst all trains.
I saw that you had cited in some of your work a paper that made the finding that there's not a direct relationship between delay and capacity, and that the relationship between delay and efficient operation is not a reliable indicator. And I'm wondering, what is your assessment of the relationship between delay and capacity, and as well as the relationship between delay and efficient operation?
Do you know which paper you're talking about? Or
well, I think you cited it was one from I guess White
Okay.
that was in TRB, and I think you've cited it fairly often, at least in the work that I've read of yours.
You are joining an elite group of people that probably read my research. So yes, let me think how to answer this. So the way this interesting throughout this is I'm very careful using the word capacity. The reason is the way I define capacity is a throughput at a set level of service. And so you have to consider sort of the level of service you have on the corridor. It sets the capacity of it. So for instance, on an intermodal route, you have to have less delay than a coal route, for instance. And so the delay is often used as a metric of level of service. And so I think I can't remember specifically the paper, but I'm familiar with it. That is the reference, is that you can change the level of service on the corridor and it'll change the capacity.
Is level of service, maybe, I'm glad you said that because I didn't know exactly what you meant by that.
So it's like acceptable amounts of delay, basically is how I define level of service. So for instance, Amtrak has to have a very high level of service, which means it has very low amount of delay.
Well, but you're not controlling for, say, for example, if you're a shipper or a rail customer, you want to be able to hit your window. You might not necessarily care if the train left at 9 or if left at 12, if it hit your ultimate delivery window. That's not what you mean by level of service.
No.
You mean you're controlling for the priority of trains.
Effectively, yeah. So often the level of service and the priority you put in RTC are directly correlated. So you're going to put a higher priority for Amtrak, then you're going to have intermodal, and then you're going to have merchandise and coal, and then locals.
But you could reschedule a train or reorganize. You can reorganize train schedules. You could reorganize how long a train is and still achieve the same level of service.
Yes, you just have to
in the real world, in terms of what customers care about, is does my freight get here on time?
Yes, but you have to be careful. I said that the operating plan of a railroad, CSX and NS, has a whole host of factors. It affects connections at Nashville and Waycross and Atlanta and all across the network. And so if you shift that train, you might not make that connection. And so you're adding a day to that train.
But you haven't explored that.
We will get to some of those, but we did not look at drastically changing the schedule.
So when you say level of service, you're not necessarily meaning the level of service that a customer experiences. You're meaning a very narrow, just priority on a set schedule.
Yes.
That's not, if someone were to add trains without infrastructure, that's not what a freight railroad would actually do, right?
That is correct.
Yeah. All right. Thanks.
Okay. So we're going to turn to talk about the build cases and the infrastructure cases. And our plan is here to walk through all of the infrastructure projects with as much detail as you can tolerate, and try to put them all into context and explain, and have Mark explain how he got where he did with each of these projects. So after you determined what would happen in 2039 and 2019 from adding the 4 passenger trains, can you describe what you did, what you did next in your modeling exercise?
So upon looking at the results in the 2039 passenger case, we started looking at potential projects to mitigate that impact to freight.
So does the RTC model tell you where to put infrastructure projects?
It does not.
So how do you use it to help you identify at least the starting point for picking projects?
So I look at 2 things. One was sort of those overall metrics that we just went through. The other is, and I think there's some diagrams actually in my report, is where the delays are occurring. And so you want to build the projects at where your delays are occurring, identifying sort of root causes. So, where your delay is occurring may not be the root cause of that. So you're watching the animations, you're looking at the delays, you're using your understanding of the corridor to identify sort of the best projects to sort of, the heavy hitters to mitigate the most delay.
And do you recall where like the top 3 heavy hitters were on the corridor?
New Orleans, Mobile, and Gentilly.
Okay. So what criteria did you use to develop the infrastructure solutions?
It was important that we only looked at projects that were within the railroad's control. So what this means is we did not look at grade separations. We did not look at grade crossing closures. We did not look at schedule changes for Amtrak, and we did not change the interchange train operations. So it was only things the railroads themselves could control.
Can you describe the iterative process by which you select infrastructure projects?
I wish it was very linear, but it's not. So basically, as I mentioned, I look at those metrics and I start choosing projects that based on where I'm seeing the most delay, trying to come up with sort of the biggest bang for the buck with those. And so I add in those projects and then I look at the results and I do it all over again.
I have to ask you to clarify, Mr. Dinkley, you don't actually mean bang for the buck because
Sorry.
not-
No, it's the high delay locations.
Yeah, because you have assessed how much delay you save for every dollar spending, right? In your work, you have assessed the cost effectiveness of infrastructure, cost effectiveness of operational changes, et cetera.
And not in this study, no.
No, but you have expertise in that and you've done that in your work.
In a theoretical, academic setting.
Right.
Yes.
So you have looked at bang for the buck and you could look at bang for the buck, but you didn't here.
That is correct. And one thing to say about sort of operational changes is that when we looked at it and that there's just, in my passing look at it, there aren't clear changes to be made. There is variability on the corridor. These trains show up, over a window of time. There was not clear sort of anything to be done there.
But based on your past work compared to what you did here, the board can't judge whether or not a project is cost effective.
No, we look at these, in the end, it's a set of projects. They are selected to work together to mitigate the impact of freight. We didn't consider these projects in individual ways.
And the board, of course, because there's no operational changes contemplated, the board couldn't contemplate whether or not an operational change would be more cost effective than an infrastructure change.
No. Because I don't even know the cost of the railroad for some of those changes.
But you have looked at the cost of operational changes for railroads and quantified the cost effectiveness before.
Yeah, in an academic setting, yes.
Yeah, and you've generally found that operational changes are more cost effective than infrastructure changes.
I'm trying to remember. It's been a while. Generally, the advantage of an operational change is it's more flexible. It's something you can turn on and turn off. In this case, keep in mind, this is a permanent change we're talking about. This is a permanent sort of introduction of Amtrak. And so some of those things that you due to the natural variability of traffic, which would serve to benefit of the reason of doing an operational change aren't the case in this study.
But, so if someone were to consider how to lower delay at the lowest cost possible, flexibility and lower cost, the first place they look is operational changes.
I think railroads are always looking at operations to try and, I can't necessarily speak for CSX and NS, but you would imagine, they are constantly looking at those things.
Well, you can guess the reason I'm asked is because we've been asking to evaluate, infrastructure projects, but not, you know what I mean? And so, thinking about what is cost effective. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Dingler, I'm curious about getting a more direct answer to Member Fuchs' question. He asked you if the first place you would look is operations. Can you answer that question?
So I can't speak for how CSX and NS do things today. But yes, when you're looking at a corridor, if there's a clear and obvious sort of change to be made, you would potentially make that. There was not that in this case. And so you said you have to keep in mind that you're moving a schedule, you're going to be shifting that train. There's trains operating all day long. So you're going to increase, move the congestion from one part of the day to another. So that there is, and these trains are variable, there's variability in dwells and arrival times, but there's a whole host of things. And so,
But would it be accurate to say that you can't know if there's a clear or obvious change unless you look for it?
Well, it's in building these models, I watched the animation. I was looking at the string lines. I was looking at the data. I was looking at a whole host of things, and I didn't see anything clear and obvious.
Were you looking for operational changes?
I said it is a normal course of action. If I'm seeing when I'm watching and I'm seeing the same train delayed at the same spot every single day. Yeah, and I mentioned we started to go down that path, but we ended up not being an issue.
So, and I guess
hey Ray, I just have a quick clarification. So,
of course, yep.
I just want to clarify. So, if you're looking at, like I said, when you're looking for that data, can the inputs into the model determine whether there's an operational or infrastructure sort of advantage?
So so at a high level, what you input into RTC is an operating plan, is sort of the priorities and the infrastructure. And
Right.
so then you look at the outputs is sort of how the model dispatches those trains. And so you can look at the outputs and see if there's trends or anything like that. But again, in this case, I didn't see anything.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And it said, and to keep in mind, there are a whole host of factors and with the schedule change that, I don't necessarily know the impact it would have on Nashville or Waycross or Atlanta.
And just for the preview for the members where we're going, we're going to walk through the 14 projects, but we are actually going to talk about what ifs around shortening the train sizes, so they're all clearing trains to go through, and whether that might be an operational change that could help accommodate Amtrak. We're going to look at bridge tenders and the possibility of animation of the bridges and how you can use the RTC model in that what if as well.
Jack, council is testifying.
I'm just telling the board where we're going so that we can kind of control where the line of questions are coming from. So
Can we have
if you're muted, Chairman Overman.
Marty,
I think Ray's comment was helpful to just give us an idea so that we can hold questions. I didn't count it as testimony. Much as well as I know Ray, I'm not listening to his testimony. I'm listening to his lawyering.
I just want to chime in, Marty, and agree with you, and especially in light of the fact that I have actually prompted Ray on multiple occasions to ask where they're going. I felt his narrative was actually pretty reasonable.
No, not a problem. And Ms. Bracy, I would accord the same deference to you when it gets to your case if you think it'll be helpful to the board. Go ahead, Ray.
So I'm going to ask this question again because I just want to make sure we covered it. Can you describe just the iterative process, how this is that you went through as you were looking for these that led you to the 14 projects?
So as I said, it's sort of an iterative process. You start layering in projects, you looking at the results sort of each step of the way. And then at the end, you start going backwards and looking at, do these projects still make sense? If for example, you're looking at spacing sidings on the corridor, if you start placing them at every 20 miles, it's a theoretical, and then you realize you have to do every 15, you sort of have to go back and sort of adjust those projects. And so it's sort of a highly iterative, trying to not give any freight benefit to get back to sort of the base level.
Okay. Would a map of the study corridor help you show the members where each of these projects is located?
Certainly, yes.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to show the witness visual aid exhibit CSX Norfolk Southern 277, which is a full map of the corridor showing you where the proposed projects are. For Amtrak's benefit, we're only using this as a visual aid. We're not submitting it for any other purpose, just to help the board place where these projects are.
This it was joint exhibit 277.
277. Now, when I say joint, that's the CSX Norfolk Southern joint exhibit, not a joint exhibit for all of the parties.
And I know we saw some maps earlier on. Is this one of those maps, or is this a different one?
It's a different map. If we can go ahead and put it up so you can review it and see if there's any objections from Amtrak or the port.
Okay. Are there any objections?
Amtrak objects to the admission of the exhibit as substantive evidence, but we don't have an objection to it as a visual aid.
And that is the only reason you're putting it up, Ray, as a visual aid?
That is correct.
Okay. We will proceed. Port, do you have any objection?
No objection, sir.
All right, we'll proceed on that basis. Go ahead.
Thank you. So at a high level, could you just describe what this map is depicting, Mark?
This shows geographically the proposed projects.
And it also shows the existing sidings?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So those white dots are existing sidings on the corridor. The yellow are the proposed projects.
Okay. So what I'd ask you to do is we're going to walk the members from New Orleans to Mobile through the projects. We're actually going to, I have a second map, Chairman, which I'd like to use just as a blow up so we can come down at a more granular level. This is the second exhibit with permission under the same terms as a visual aid. This is CSX Norfolk Southern 276, which we would submit as just as a visual aid to help you see where the projects are.
Two things, Ray. This says it's 275.
Oh, Well, I suspect it's 275 then.
All right. And is this just the same, a segment of the
Yes.
map we just saw, just blown up? Correct?
Yes.
No. Any objection on the same, using this for the same basis?
Sorry, Chairman, I was on mute. No objection to using it on the same basis.
And Port?
No objection.
All right, thank you.
So why don't we just stick with this? If at any point in time you think it would be helpful, we can actually go into the diagrams, which are in your report, but it's just staying at a high level. Could you describe the projects which are referred to as the NS interlocking improvements and how you came to identify them and what their purpose served?
These are the projects that have been talked about pretty significantly. These are crossover projects on the Norfolk Southern. And so we looked at, I developed projects based on trying to improve the fluidity of the corridor. And so they are spaced out to give sort of more routing options to both Amtrak and freight so that they can sort of better commingle.
Okay. Could you describe the Gentilly bypass and what it entails and why it was included as one of the projects?
So this actually was originally an FRA project. They recommended a 10,000 foot bypass at this location. So what this does is it allows trains to move around. I think Mr. Johnson discussed this, to move around the yard operations. The reason we went to 14,000 feet is it allows it extends it beyond where the yard movements are coming out of the north end of the yard. And so this allows it to sort of keep clear of all the switching movements at the north end and the building of trains.
Could you describe then a pause? Yep. Yes, Chairman.
I'm looking at Mr. Niemeyer's verified statement dated November 3, 2021. I'm sure it's an exhibit. I don't know the number. He refers to the Gentilly bypass as 13,300 feet. So what are we talking about? Doesn't sound like we're talking about the same project. That's all I'm asking about.
It may be due to, so the way I put it in as RTC at 14,000 feet in his review. I can't speak for him. I'm not 100% familiar with his report. That's likely what was constructible. And that was what was estimated.
So but we're talking about the same project.
Yes.
But the RTC report ran this as a 14,000 foot track.
Yeah. So within, yeah. 700 feet difference. Yeah.
Would it churn out a different report if it ran it at 13.3?
No, I don't think so. In creating projects, I'm using my judgment, as an engineer to try and look at, what is buildable, make sure I don't put turnouts and crossovers and curves, things like that. But when you start doing a field review or, in more depth, you sort of find things you have to tweak. Upon his review, I did not go back and make adjustments to the model. It was sort of done separate from my modeling of, he was out there costing the projects I developed.
We don't have the advantage of, I guess, Mr. Niemeyer's testimony. Is he an engineer by training? Do you know?
I'm not familiar.
Okay. All right, proceed. I think I'm going to try to follow along, Ray.
Yep.
With each of the different witnesses, so we know we're talking about the same thing and where it needs to be.
Understood, Chairman. And we can go into diagrams on any of these if you want a little more detail, but we're going to leave it at a high level until the board members indicate they would want more granular review just to move things along.
Well, I think for the moment, it'd just be good to identify whether we're talking about the same projects, and then if there's need to question further, we can do it at the time.
Understood.
Right, go ahead. Thank you.
So, moving from the Gentilly bypass, can you describe the Michaud double track and its purpose and why what you were seeing that led you to recommend it?
So the Michaud double track, what it is we're extending the track about from the end of the existing Michaud turnout 14,000 feet. So what this does, and includes a universal crossover, what it does, it gives you another place to hold a train. When that Amtrak train is coming through, you can only use one of the tracks. And so in the existing condition, you have two tracks to sort of sit trains. And so this is important both for trains waiting to get into Gentilly, but also trains waiting to go north. And so it allows that train to sit clear of crossings and sit clear of the Amtrak service.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna propose to move to a different blow up, which is the one
Before you do that,
Of
just
course.
note, in Mr. Niemeyer's report, he has this as a 12,500 foot track, which is a greater difference than in the Chantilly bypass. I assume your answers would be the same as to the difference, Mr. Dingler?
Yes, and we could go back, and it probably might be how we account for distance from the turnouts. He may be doing it from I'm not sure. We could always go back and remodel it with any of these changes, but they were sort of done separate. Yeah.
May I ask that be stricken as inconsistent with his testimony in his report, his verified statement?
Well, I think that's subject to cross-examination, Ms. Bracy. So it's not a basis to strike it, but if it goes to his credibility, you'll have the opportunity to bring that up. So that your motion's denied there. At least at this time, subject to further cross-examination.
So, I'd like to, Chairman, I'd like to show the witness exhibit CSX Norfolk Southern 276, which is now moving to the Mississippi projects. This is a zoomed view of just Mississippi, again, submitted just to use as a visual aid so that we can, so you understand where these projects are as we walk you through them. If you can hold it, I just need to wait and see if I have permission to use it.
Any objection?
Same objection as before, just it can't be used as substantive evidence.
In order to save some time here, Ray, how many of these blow-ups do you have?
I have one more after this, and it's also there just as a visual aid.
All right, so can we have the same understanding that this exhibit and the next one, you don't have to make the objection beyond saying that it's all agreed that this will be used only for the visual ease of describing where these things are and not for the substantive evidence. With that understanding, we can proceed. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Dingler. So now we're in the next state. Could you describe the Claiborne double track, its purpose, and why it was included in the model?
So there's an existing siding there, Claiborne siding. At this location, you can see on there the PBVR. It's a local. It's a local comes out there and serves this sort of interchange customer. Also, at this location between the Claiborne and Nicholson siding is the scheduled meet between the Amtrak trains. And so, that they were equally likely to sort of meet either in the Nicholson siding or in the Claiborne siding. So we looked at sort of projects so that to mitigate that impact to the freight. So what we did was we extended the Claiborne siding, the initial siding out to 12,000 feet, and then added a sort of a second siding right next to it. The FRA projects has an Ainsley siding, which serves the same purpose at this location.
And then turning to the related, I'm sorry, Chairman. Yep.
I have a question here. Why do you need 16,000 feet? There's no Amtrak train nearly that long, and the longest freight trains are 12.
How about we go to page 62 of my report?
So we're going to pull up, with the board's permission, we're going to pull up page 62 of the exhibits that's already been introduced. This is Mark Dingler's opening statement where he lays out the diagrams for each of the projects.
Okay.
And what page, Mr. Dingler, would you like us to turn to?
Well, page 63 of the joint exhibit, page 62 of the report.
Okay. It'll take us a moment, and we're going to blow this up so you can see it.
Mm-hmm.
This is the original RTC report?
Yes.
Yes, correct. No.
Are we looking for Claiborne?
Yes.
Okay, I see it. Okay.
And so what that 16,000 feet is effectively here, it allows, it keeps that local off the main line. It also provides a location for Amtrak to meet without blocking a siding for freight to operate. And so basically it gives a short bit of double track so that, sort of freight and local and passenger can all commingle.
I'm still not following why you need a track that long. I just don't understand it.
It's so a freight train can fit in either of those. So, based on when that train arrives or anything, it increases the flexibility.
But the train is not 16,000 feet long. I'm just.
No, it's two 12,000 foot sidings put next to each other.
Did you run the model with only one?
Yes. And so what was happening was The Amtrak train was often sort of meeting in that siding. And so those freight trains were holding, back at, Harbin on one side or even farther, and then back at Michoud or in Gentilly Yard. It was necessary to have both. Also, that local that serves the PBVR was experiencing very high delays. And so it was adding that project allowed that local to work in the midst of all the other traffic.
Well, I don't want to take up more time. I'm sure if we had more time, you could educate me on it, but I'm still lost on this one. But why don't you go ahead and I'll try to figure it out.
So we're going to go, actually, while we're in this, why don't we just go ahead and jump to the Nicholson siding, which is the next page. And then we'll go back to the map. So this is can you describe this project, why it was included and what you were seeing in the model that led you to recommend this?
Certainly. So as I mentioned, the meet between the two Amtrak trains is between Nicholson and Claiborne. We extended this siding south so that meet can happen on a siding. And the reason we do that is if that Amtrak train is delayed, it is then impacting freight. So these were, yes, it improves sort of the delay to Amtrak, but a net result is the benefit freight, is the benefit the model shows to get that train off the network as soon as possible. And so it's not sitting in locations that are then that could be used for freight. So same with the north end that kept the trains from being delayed in other sidings at Harbin, Beauvoir, and farther in each direction.
Okay, and moving on to the next one that's on the map, we'll stay here in this document just one more second and go to the Harbin siding project.
So this is another project that was actually some version of it was proposed by the FRA. And so basically what you're doing is you're flipping the main line and siding, and what that allows is there's a local that works at this location. So it extends it so more trains can fit. But it also allows that local to work off the main line while the passenger and freight and all the sort of additional congestion is going on.
Can you explain using this diagram how flipping it from one side to the other improves the ability to serve the local without impairing the capacity of the main line?
So currently the Harrison spur is off the main line. So that local, when it's serving that spur, works off the main line. So any train sort of bypassing it takes the slow siding. By making it into the siding, sort of the traffic, the passenger trains, the freight trains can continue without without being slowed.
Okay. Yeah, going back to the map, we're gonna this is the same map that we just showed. We'll take a second. Okay, so we're on the Beauvoir double track. Can you pronounce it correctly and just explain why it's was included in the model, what you were seeing in the RTC that led you to recommend its inclusion?
I can't guarantee I pronounce everything correctly either. Beauvoir is my understanding how that's pronounced. It's been a challenge through this entire case. So at that location, I recommended double track. The reason for that was that area is full of grade crossings. And so the modeling was showing you need some type of location to meet. Unfortunately, there are a very high density of crossings. And so you have to have double track so that two trains can meet without stopping and blocking those crossings.
So can you elaborate a little bit? Like, this is the only place you're recommending double track. Why? Could just elaborate on why the presence of so many block crossings means you're going to put double track as opposed to adding a siding?
So with a double track, two trains is basically two main lines. Two trains can travel one in each direction without stopping. And so, as we mentioned with the grade crossings and reality of railroads not wanting to block them, and in RTC, the limit of 20 minutes, those meets and passes and overtakes all take, more than that amount of time typically. And so trains were if I extended just this existing siding there, trains wouldn't be able to use it efficiently or effectively. And so you need to put the double track so trains can continue without stopping.
Okay. And then the last one on this chart, which is near Orange Grove, Fontainebleau. Can you describe that project, why it was included, what the model was showing you that led you to that recommendation?
So this is a new siding. It's the only new siding we are recommending on the corridor. It is, instead of extending one of the others, it was based on its location. It's to sort of space those sidings out so that freight and passenger can sort of mix without significant delays. It is also, if you look there, immediately sort of the railroad north, you have Gaucher and Orange Grove. That is Bayou Casat. That is Pascagoula. That is a congested area with a lot of local traffic. And so you need some siding nearby there so that you can sort of clear up with all that work going on.
Maybe I should have asked this in the prior map, but I'll ask it now before we move off. These are the projects proposed for 2039. What if any of these projects would not be necessary for 2019?
I think all of these are recommended in 2019. There is and previously the Michoud double track was not recommended in 2030 or 2019.
Okay, thank you. All right, so flipping to our last map, which everyone's agreed is okay. This is the blow up of New Orleans. Could you start by talking about the, I'm sorry, it's Mobile, my error. Thank you, Chairman. I could see you were going to correct me. So the Bayou power turnouts, could you walk through that proposal for the board's benefit and why you'd be recommending it, what the model was showing that led you to suggest it as a infrastructure project?
This is another one of those that a version of this was recommended by the FRA as well. I think they actually put together a piece of double track at this location. So what Bayou Casat is a yard. There's a lot of sort of local traffic that goes between here and Mobile. And it's a location for originating a lot of local traffic that goes up and down the corridor. And so currently there are hand thrown switches. These are sort of switches a train has to stop. The conductor has to get out. He has to manually throw the switch. The train goes through that switch and then he restores it back to sort of the mainline movement. He has to do that on departing. And so that train is sitting on the main line and then arriving. That train has to stop. The conductor has to get out and he has to throw a switch similarly. And so what a power switch will do is it becomes dispatcher controlled, is that the dispatcher control that turnout so that the trains can enter and exit that yard without that additional time for that conductor to throw the switches.
Okay. And then the next one you've got is the St. Elmo extension. Can you describe that project, what the model was showing you that led you to conclude it as a recommended infrastructure project?
This is another siding extension. The reason for that is it's the last siding before Mobile. There is Brookley siding, but it is a more effectively part of the yard. That siding is often blocked for yard delays and changing crews. And so you needed a siding so trains can meet outside of Mobile.
Okay. Turning to the Theodore Industrial Park. Before you describe the projects, could you just remind the board what the Theodore Industrial Park is and where it's depicted on this map?
I think it's those light gray lines. This is very similar, is a major sort of location. There's a local that goes out there every day. There is a Y at that location. So there's sort of 3 turnouts. So this is similar to the reason you do Bayou Casat. You put in power turnouts that gets that train off the main line, which helps the main line through traffic, but it also helps the local. And so it just sort of makes that movement all much more smooth and allows them to sort of get it. As you add more traffic, there are smaller gaps between trains. And so if you can get on and off the network quicker, you are more likely to be able to run those trains without significant delays.
Okay. The last 3 are all in Mobile, the Brookley siding extension, Mobile double track, and Mobile station track. I'd actually would ask Stephen if you could pull up that diagram because I think it'll be easier for you to walk the members through it. This is again from the same diagram, same exhibit we just had up, which is his expert report that gives you the diagrams of each of the projects. And we're going to pull up the diagram of Mobile, which shows all 3 of them.
Yeah. Page 69.
It's page 69. Yeah. There you go. So why don't you start with the Brookley siding extension, explain what it is, why you included it, what the model was showing you.
So as I mentioned, Brookley siding is often used, for crew changing, for holding out. So we extended it such that, that it could fit every train on the corridor.
The Mobile double track.
So this is a bit of double track between the north end of Brookley and Choctaw Yard. And so this allows sort of that movement of the Amtrak train and sort of other operations. There's a train that connects and does some work down to a local customer near the north end of Brookley, and also the freight movements, just so you can sort of keep those movements separate.
And the final one is the Mobile station track. Can you
This-
describe that?
Yeah, this is a very critical project. So the FRA proposed a 1,000-foot version of this. Upon looking at the operations of the corridor, I recommend extending it. I think it's about 3,000 feet. This means that the train will start that station track at that Choctaw interlocking. The reason for that is so that train clears up and does not, as we heard plenty of testimony about the congestion between Choctaw and Seibert Yard or Seibert. And so this just sort of keeps that passenger train clear of all that congestion.
And when you were looking at the base case, where did you assume the Amtrak trains were going to lay over in the base case when you added the passenger trains?
We assumed it would use the main line to stop, turn around, and then go back into Choctaw Yard. This station track allows that train not to have to use a Choctaw Yard as well.
Okay.
Ray, I have to say, he completely lost me about the trains are 400 or 500 feet long, as I understand it. So I'm at a loss to how he got from 1,000 to 2,000, Mr. Dingler.
Yeah,
Could you
certainly.
explain that a little more slowly and a little more laymanly oriented, please.
So that track isn't just to hold the train. And so the reason we wanted it needs to be longer is that it has to, we need a extra track to avoid all the congestion between Choctaw and Seibert Yard. So you can see sort of that's where the convention center is. And so if that, that Amtrak train enters in between there, it limits all the movement on one of those tracks. And so by, as you've heard, all the sort of movements between those yards, the yard movements coming out of Seibert Yard, it allows sort of that Amtrak train to get past there without interfering with any of those operations.
Well, what congestion were you referring to? I thought the only congestion I've heard about, but correct me if I missed something or forgotten it, is if there was no station track, when the Amtrak train pulled into Mobile, it would have to sit on the main line. That's what I understood the congestion to be, but maybe I misunderstand what congestion you're talking about.
Certainly. So that is one of the benefits of this, is that now you don't have to sit on the main line for that. The other is, I said, there's yard movements coming out of TSAD towards that direction. There's yard movements coming out of the CSX yard. There's trains working, southbound trains, northbound trains, all, the tail end and head end of those trains is occupying the track between those two locations. And so with the, and then there's movements coming from, there's coal trains going into the Choctaw Yard. So there's a whole host of movements on that track between those two locations. And so if you put in a shorter station track, you would sort of block that track between Choctaw and Seibert whenever that train arrived and depart. And so this sort of keeps this clear of all those operations.
I'm lost. If the train is 500 feet long and it pulls off onto a 1,000-foot station track, the main line is completely clear. So there wouldn't be any worse off than it is today. So tell me, that's the way I see it. Tell me what's wrong with that.
Great question. So when that train is arriving, as you sort of heard with Norlands, you can't have other traffic on the corridor if you're going to give preference to Amtrak. So there's going to be a period of time where those trains can't work. You can't have yard movements going on. And so if we can keep that clear of that operation, the freight and passenger can commingle much more easily. So it's not just about, it's about sort of keeping it clear. So when a dispatcher is sort of lining a switch, he can't line that switch for a train to enter that segment if there is that Amtrak train arriving, even with a shorter sort of station track.
So Chairman, could I try, I understand you, let me try and elevate it just to see if we can help a little bit.
Yeah, and by the way, let me throw in this and you can include it in your elevation. Mr. Niemeyer verified statement talks about a 3,200-foot station track.
That'd be it'd be probably rounding. Again,
RTC 2,000, that's a big rounding. So I don't understand it.
No, so the 1,000-foot is the FRA project that was originally proposed by them. I am recommending a 3,000-foot is what, and so that's.
Oh, I thought you said 2,000 feet. I'm sorry, I misheard you. Okay, so you're pretty much the same as Niemeyer. So go ahead, Ray. I mean, see if you can
I'll do my best. It may not, and I don't want to be too direct. So can you describe, if you only had 1,000 feet on this chart, can you describe, so what happens as the passenger train leaves the yard? So when it's on the track, it's obviously off the mainline track. Describe the operations as it leaves the yard and gets back on the mainline one and heads towards Choctaw Yard.
Oh, you mean
When
leave the station track?
you say yard, yeah, you mean
Yeah,
station.
when you leave, yeah, when it leaves the station track, describe its operations as it would traverse back towards New Orleans.
So when that train arrives or departs, if it is a shorter distance, they come onto the main line, and that now limits the flow of traffic between Choctaw. So it's blocking, I can't remember the track number. I think that's track 2. I wish I'd put this in the diagram in hindsight. I think that's track 2. And so you can't have any freight movement. Now, if you have this 3,000 foot station track, trains can move on main 1 and main 2 freely while that Amtrak train arrives and departs.
Yeah, but when the train is leaving Mobile to go back to New Orleans, if it's on 1,000 foot track, it's not going to get onto the main line after 1,000 feet and stop. It's just going to keep going, isn't it?
Yes, but that time when it's, you have to line it for that movement and also to provide it preference, that becomes an impact. It can be a sizable period of time, when you're clearing it to that train arriving.
Sizable period, a passenger train trying to get up to speed as fast as it can, going 1,000 feet. How long is that going to take?
So you're lining these and preparing for that passenger train well before it arrives. So there is, movements, while you're waiting for that.
So Mark, you might need to elaborate having dispatcher set the switches in the direction it needs to. And so what if anything would happen to the Amtrak train as it was trying to leave, if there was a freight train parked on mainline 1?
It would not be able to leave.
And so the dispatchers need to assure themselves that there are no freight trains on mainline 1 between the Mobile station and Choctaw and Brookley in order for them to have unimpeded access.
That's correct.
Does that help, Chairman? It's similar to the conversation you heard with Randy Hunt in New Orleans.
Well, I'm still mystified if there's a freight train on the mainline track, whether the station track is 1 or 2 or 3,000 feet, the Amtrak train can't go anywhere.
So Mr. Dingler, could you address that? And with this proposal, if there's a freight train on mainline 1, how does the Amtrak train traverse from the Mobile station to Brookley siding extension?
So he would go on to, I wish I had, a pointer. It would, so basically that's the station is right at the south end of the convention center. It would come, so if you go 1,000 feet, which is what the FRA recommended, you would come onto that main line. So during that time, even though it's a short period of time, you are completely blocking any movements on that main. And so, the dispatcher is in preparation of that before and after, is waiting for those movements. So, it means switching movements and various other things have to stop for a period of time.
Well, how far is it from the end of your proposed 3,000 foot station track to Brookley?
That's the Mobile double track. The length of that, I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head. I think it's a mile or 2.
So, Mr. Dingler,
does it connect? Does the station track just connect right into the Mobile double track? So it's off the main line for that whole distance? Is that what you're telling us?
It would. That would be in the 2039 case. In the 2019 case, we would not have that Mobile double track. And so it would just come on to that single main between Choctaw and Brookley.
So is the reason to build the long station track, so in 2039 it will connect to the Mobile double track and you'll have a whole long distance there of extra track? Is that the idea?
Well, they do supplement each other, but they have sort of independent utility.
Couldn't you build a 1,000 foot track now and add the other 2,000 feet if you ever need it by 2039?
Yeah, when building projects, one of the bigger costs is the interlocking costs themselves, the switch of the signals and all that. So that is a sizable portion of that construction cost. And so you'd be paying double if you built it and then extended it.
And Mr. Dingler,
Go ahead, Ray.
Yep, on this chart, I think you already touched on it. Which of these projects would not be necessary for 2019?
The Mobile double track.
So that's the one right in the middle. Can you describe, okay, so we've talked about the 2039 projects. Can you describe a little bit how you actually developed the infrastructure solution to mitigate impact in 2019 as opposed to 2039?
Certainly. So what we did is I went back to the 2019 case and I used a subset of the 2039 projects, as it wouldn't make any sense to propose projects in 2019 that did not work in 2039. And so in doing that, we identified the 3 projects I mentioned that would not be required. So the Mushu double track, the St. Elmo extension, and the Mobile double track.
Okay.
I want to get those again. What was the first one you mentioned that's not needed for 2019?
If you go into my executive summary, I think that may help.
Well, I'm looking at the Niemeyer.
Okay.
I can't pronounce it. Michoud, M-I-C-H-O-U-D.
Michoud, yeah.
That double track is not needed for 2019.
That is correct. Or sorry, not needed for 2039.
I'm sorry, I thought you said for 2019.
Yeah.
So to help, Chairman, if we can pull up table, it's a summary of proposed projects on table 7 of the, this will just help you, know where to go back.
What page are we on?
We're on page 7. This is the original report, Joint Exhibit 23D. And this just lays out for you the projects, and you can see included in 2019. Mr. Dingler, can you describe what that column is depicting?
So the ones that don't have a yes are the ones that were in 2039, but not 2019. So there are 11 yeses. Those are the projects recommended for 2019.
All right. So Michoud is not for 2019.
Not for 2039. It is in 2019.
Michoud, you don't have a Y.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yes, not in 2019. Sorry.
Right.
Yes, and not in 2019 is in 2039. I apologize.
And St. Elmo.
Correct.
So St. Elmo is not in there, and the double check. So let me just ask you this. Try to keep track of this. Try to keep track of the players without a program here. According to Niemeyer, the Michoud is the range, the midpoint of his range is around $36 million. The midpoint of his St. Elmo is about 13 million. So that is 36 and 30, that's 49 million. And the midpoint of the Mobile double track is about 68 million. So you're talking about, of the 400 and some million, about 100 million of it would be, according to Niemeyer's numbers, would not be part of the included in 29 table. Is that right?
I am not intimately familiar with the cost estimates. They were sort of done after I recommended the projects, but that sounds about right.
All right. Well, I'm just reading from his verified statement, so we can add that up ourselves. But I just wanted to try to get a flavor for it. I'm going to have some more questions, Ray, about costing, but more general ones. I'll wait till you're done with the examination for that. But I just want to keep track as we go along here.
Okay.
So very helpful.
So Chairman, I'm not done with the infrastructures, but I would like to offer my witness just a 5-minute recess to use the bathroom. Would it be okay to recess for 5 or 10 minutes and then come back and pick up right where we stood? We
normally take a 10-minute recess. So anybody who needs that kind of relief, we're certainly going to award it. So it is 3:08. Why don't we reconvene at 3:20?
Thank you, sir.
And Ray, just before we do, I'm assuming you're not going to be able to finish with Mr. Dingler this afternoon.
That is not, well, it's not our expectation. We're certainly planning on him holding over and finishing up his direct in the morning on Thursday.
I think we should aim for 5 o'clock. If we go a little bit longer, if we're in the middle of a subject matter, that's okay. But I think
I will keep that in mind, Chairman, and indicate when I thought there might be an appropriate place to pause as we approach 5 o'clock.
Yeah. So, if it's 5:15, if it helps us move along, 5:20, that's no problem. We'll see how the board feels about it. But yeah, why don't you think about that, Ray, as we get there?
Understood.
All right, let's break till 3:20. Thank you.
This is Kim, the reporter. I'm here.
Hey, Cam, I think Marty should be back shortly.
No problem. Just letting you know that I'm back. Okay.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Everybody here? All the board members? I see Michelle, Karen, Patrick, Robert.
I'm here.
Okay. Ray, are you ready?
I am, yes, sir.
All right, you may proceed. Mr. Dingler, you're remain sworn, you understand?
I do.
All righty, proceed.
So Mr. Dingler, I want to stay a little bit more longer on Mobile, then I'm actually going to flip over to New Orleans. Did you hear the testimony yesterday by last week by Mr. Johnson describing the Mobile terminal?
Yes.
Can you elaborate on how he talked about how the TSA2 trains will come down and they might have problems if there's a Mobile there's a passenger train in the track between the signals. Can you describe how the 3,000-foot project would alleviate that problem that was described by Mr. Johnson?
So what that 3,000-foot track would do is it just keeps the train from ever being there. So the dispatcher does not have to even consider the train going in there. So some of those trains, when they're switching or they're pulling out, would have to pull past where that 1,000-foot track would be or end. And so this allows, said, the movements between those two locations. They can pull all the way from Seibert down that same main line into Choctaw. Right now, one of those tracks is often used for switching. There's yard movements on there. And so you're down to one track. If even without that 3,000-foot track, when the Amtrak arrives and departs, you're down to 0 tracks.
So if anything's on the main line 1 and trips the signal, that prevents the TSA2 trains from traversing across the line because they need to come down into that portion of the main line 1, right?
That is correct.
If you flip this and you only did 1,000-foot dedicated siding, would that alleviate the problem? Could you describe how the passenger trains might still trip that signal and prevent the TSA2 trains from operating down in Seibert?
So 1,000-foot track is definitely better than no track. But it's still, there is that section of track where it'll still, when it comes out, it will show a red signal. I am no expert in signaling, but that is a short distance. And so it'll likely cause a train won't be able to enter that block when that train comes out.
So I'd like to turn back to table 16 of your report, which describes the overall impact. Once you've identified these 14 projects, you ran them through and you did a analysis of what the implications would be. So pulling up table 16, could you this shows the overall impact. Can you use this to show some illustrations of trains that are still experiencing a degradation in service after the 14 projects were in place in 2039?
So as you can see, we didn't mitigate in our final project selection every train that is out there. You can see, and even the CSX local delay is slightly higher, somewhat higher, 3.2%. So we did not, mitigate every train type. You can see there are some trains that are still worse. 2 of those that you see are red are the TSAD trains. Those are the sort of movements between the TSAD yards. And then also the coal trains. These are trains that arrive into Mobile from Montgomery and terminating at McDuffie Coal Pier on the TSAD.
Can you explain why, if you're trying to get back to the status quo, why we're seeing you report an overall average slight improvement of 2.5%?
So in choosing sort of the projects, again, we are trying to get back close to 0. It is, in my opinion, best practice to be just slightly higher due to those issues in RTC we discussed. We have to be careful. I said what RTC is and what it isn't. And so we are attempting sort of to mitigate that impact. So you can see the lot of the sort of any green that is there is on the NS. This is due somewhat to sort of the clumping of the projects. When you put in those projects, they work in tandem and led to a slight improvement there, and which led to sort of a slight improvement overall.
If we go back one page to page 40, I don't know if we have this, Stephen. I may need a second. Just one moment, members. It's a little out of order in our presentation. This will be table 15 on page 40 of the joint appendix. Just back one page. And if you could focus in on the table 15. So this is showing the overall statistics. Can you describe the, whoops, hold on a second. There you go, that's good enough, Stephen. Excellent. Can you describe what the statistic in terms of the percent change in delay to other New Orleans railroads is showing? This is in 2039 with the full suite of projects.
So in our mitigation effort, what we were looking to was to sort of mitigate NS and CSX. What we found is this, as I described earlier, what this is trains being delayed entering the back belt. And so what we found was while our projects do mitigate the impact to NS, the way that the model was doing that and how it'd be in reality is some of those trains are shoved off onto those foreign carriers. And so it leads to an 18.5% increase in those delays to the interchange partners.
And were there other projects in New Orleans terminal area that you evaluated to address the harm experienced by this interchange traffic?
Yes. The one project we identified that could do that was the freight lead.
And who was the first person to identify it?
I did.
And what guidance did you receive from Norfolk Southern originally about including that project in the model?
So we identified it in my initial modeling of the Norfolk Southern portion. I identified this as a key project. In our discussions, Holly told me that there was concerns about its ability to be constructed. It is next to a canal, and so that I was instructed to remove it.
Did you do some supplemental?
To be clear, we're talking about the freight lead. What are we?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So did you do some supplemental modeling to show the board a sort of an additional what if in terms of what happens to this impairment to New Orleans interchange partners if you did include the freight rate lead?
Yes, as part of the rebuttal report, we included a section to see if that freight lead was able to mitigate that change in delay to the interchange partners.
Okay, and what did it show?
It showed that project was able to do that, unlike
Okay.
the projects we proposed originally.
Okay, you can take it down, Stephen. So I'd like to turn now to it as we're a segue away and turn to three specific questions the board raised during the public hearing.
Hey, Ray?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Can I ask a question about infrastructure? Are you done with infrastructure? I was going to wait.
You know, this would be. I mean, I'm probably going to come back to it, but please ask away, Member Primus.
Okay, I just for my sort of edification. So your previous witness said that there was a question raised by the board about whether or not all the projects were necessary for it to be successful. That it basically was an all or nothing, and there was the answer also sort of alluded to that they could drop one project. I think it was the Jefferson. I may be wrong which one they said, but the one that's like that's $1 million project in New Orleans. Can is your assessment the same as that it's either all or nothing with the projects in order for the model to be successful, and sort of an explanation why?
Certainly. So I think that was St. John's crossover.
St. John's, yeah. Sorry.
It was a universal crossover basically at where that terminal freight lead would end. And so, you wouldn't need that if you added the freight lead. So these projects are designed to mitigate specific congestion. You have congestion at New Orleans, at Gentilly, at Mobile. There's specific projects for those. And then the rest of the projects are to mitigate sort of the meet and pass throughout. They are designed to work together. If you remove one project, we need to go back and remodel it as they're sort of designed. You would, if you have 15-mile spacing, all of a sudden you have 30-mile spacing at one location. So yes, that's what the metrics show, is that you need all these projects to mitigate the impact of freight. And that's how we sort of defined our analysis.
So just to be clear, so if you, as you just said, if you take away one or don't implement one, it doesn't necessarily cause, catastrophic disruption. It just, the model is just off.
It reduces the benefit of them, and you may need to select different it would change these other projects. So these, I said, these projects are designed to work together. And if if it's determined to remove one project, we want to go back and remodel it and see how that might affect the ability of the other projects to mitigate the effort, the impact.
And Mr. Dingler, in following up, can you describe for the board, Member Primuses and the board members, how complex or not it would be to take your work papers and pick a particular project and say, I'd like to run a what if and exclude that from the model and then rerun the program? Could you walk them through how complicated or hard that actual inquiry is?
That's the power of RTC, is it's relatively easy to do. You can either block out the siding or you can put in a new switch, and it's a matter of 30 minutes to an hour and then letting it run, which takes a longer period of time. But we can quickly look at different alternative sort of infrastructure solutions and different options relatively easily.
And by a longer period of time, what are we talking? What order of magnitude?
For the 30 seeds we're looking at, it may be a day.
Thank you. Other questions about? We
Yes,
are going to talk about freight benefit at some.
I have a question.
Yep, Ms. Member Hudlin.
Mr. Dingler, you made reference to a number of FRA projects that were modified or extended. Did you run a 2019 model just looking at the FRA projects?
I did not. So standard practice is to only look at 2039. So we only looked at those in 2039. Again, it's one of those things we could easily look at.
But you ran a 2019 model but you did run a 2019 model, and then you ran a 20 with the passenger trains and with the infrastructure that you identified as needed. And then you ran also a 2039. So why didn't you run a 2019 model with just the FRA infrastructure?
So we did the 2019 because we were requested to by the board. So it was a quick analysis, another one of those what if analysis we looked at. We just only looked at 2039 because that's originally what we were looking at.
So how did you know that certain FRA recommended projects needed to be changed?
Great question. So note that there are actually two sets of FRA simulations I did. Some of the projects they propose just are either outside the railroad's control, as with some grade crossings, or just aren't buildable with the existing signal system on CSX. So in looking, I looked at those projects, and that was actually the first set of projects I was looking at to try and choose from. I have a whole host of, when I looked at the corridor and tried to choose projects, I was trying to choose from their set of list. As I mentioned earlier, some of those projects had to be adjusted based on what I was seeing in the data, what I was seeing in the model.
Could you be more specific?
And who advised you that certain of the projects were not buildable or appropriate? Who made that decision?
It was in discussion with CSX. I had a lot of questions because I didn't necessarily take it at face value. And so they listened to me and they discussed it and we worked through those. And but yes, it was CSX that informed me those were not constructible.
And what did they mean by not constructible?
Certainly. Yeah. So I said there's two sets there. One is the grade crossing projects the FRA proposes. Those are outside the control of the railroads. And so we determined that they are outside of what we could propose. The second are they took shorter sidings and increased the speeds to them. So based on the signal system at CSX, as I've been informed and from my experience, you have to be able to break, this is gonna get technical, break a train in that distance. Some of those sidings can't be to the speeds that that set of projects recommended because the signal system will not support it. So a train cannot stop in that distance at that speed within the distance of the siding. So yeah, you could do some improvements, but not to the speeds they recommended.
But you don't have any model that shows just the FRA projects in 2019, regardless of whether they're buildable or
That is
within the
correct.
control 39.
That is correct.
Just one question.
Maybe just to clarify, following up
Michelle.
on Karen's question, and I think she spoke to this, but maybe just for my own clarification, I think the Gulf Coast Working Report indicated there were 2 levels of infrastructure that were recommended by the FRA. I believe the first was like 5.3 million and the second was 94.8 million. And when you ran those numbers, you know, or projects, I suppose, as recommended by the FRA, could you maybe speak to what level of the projects you ran?
Yes, so that 5 million, this is working off memory, is just the station track in Mobile. The 90 million includes all the rest of those projects. We modeled the whole suite of projects that they included.
And what was the result once you ran the whole suite of projects?
It's in my report. Yeah, let me pull that up. So projects are work to mitigate some of the impact, but it did not impact reduce all the impact. And the projects had nothing in New Orleans, and so there was still severe degradation in New Orleans on the NS that those projects did not mitigate.
Member Schultz, would you like us to pull up the chart so you can see it in the report?
I think that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely. So it's appendix F is the evaluation. Table F2 is with all of the FRA projects in 2039, and then table F4 is with a few projects removed. So we'll just focus on table F2. I don't know why they're and F4. So we'll start with F2, and we're gonna screen it a little bit, and then I'll ask Mr. Dingler just to walk through what those statistics are showing.
So that is when we include every single, whether it was constructible or within the control of the railroads, the results. And so you can see, even with all their projects, it didn't fully mitigate the impact to freight.
And then if we go to, actually, we can go down just so you can see the full array of it. Member Schultz and Mr. Dingler, can you walk it through F3, which is showing what?
This is those 3 main groups. It is definitely better than if you don't build anything, but it is still pretty high degradation. You're seeing 12, 13%, 8% impact to some of those train groups in delay.
I think you said this is the 94 million.
And just to be careful, that is the cost provided in 2016. It is likely those costs have changed in the past 6 years. But yes, this is the full set of projects.
And then if we were to go to table
Before we get off
F4,
this table, Ray.
Sure. Yep, we'll come back.
All right, thank you so much. And Michelle, I didn't mean to, if you had additional questions.
No, go ahead, Patrick. Thanks.
All right, thanks. For the percent change in delay over 100, to what extent are you aware of CSX using that measure as they gauge their own customer service?
Well, that is the delay per 100 train miles. That's sort of as I mentioned, sort of a modeling specific metric that is often used because again, you don't know minimum run times.
Right.
Yeah, and so I can't speak to all the metrics, but when I was there, velocity.
Are you aware of any operating personnel at CSX relying on that type of measure to gauge their freight transportation performance?
No, I don't believe any railroad uses that except in a modeling sense.
All right. And then for the percent change in speed, can you put these percentages in context? So first of all, is the percent change in speed also calculated in the same way in terms of minimum runtime?
No. So speed is that you take the actual runtime. Sorry, doing the math in my head. So the total miles traveled divided by the total runtime. So it is, you have some of the same metrics, which is sort of the total runtime. But it's
a change from what?
That is the change between the 2039, in this case, the 2039 with freight proposed projects and the 2039 base case.
So it's comparing those two. And how much in your experience do freight transportation speeds vary in the real world?
So that's a great question. The one thing to be careful with here is this is an average. There's
Exactly.
there's 300 days, simulation. There's going to be significant variability amongst that. On a day-to-day basis, due to many factors, a railroad speed will vary. And so, I didn't look at that specifically in this case. That's sort of what that variability metric, when I looked at that, entails. But yeah, there's sizable increase in variability in speeds day to day. One thing to also keep in mind is that variability will not change in this case, that you are adding a permanent change to the corridor that will then further increase that variability.
So that's an important point. I just want to make sure that everybody is, well, I want to make sure I'm following it. You're saying that not only does the average speed go down, but in your experience, when average speeds go down, you've talked about standard deviations and there's going to be variability in speed, but not only will the let's call it the doomsday scenario, or the low point of speed, go down by an equivalent amount of the average, it's actually possible that the low point would go even further down. Because when you're in a scenario where the average speed goes down, is it your contention that the variability, the low point, could be even worse than just the average drop? So in other words, let me say it another way. Let's say like the bottom 5 percentile of performance would not just go down by the same percentage, it would actually go down by more. Is that what you're contending?
I think that's highly likely. And I'd have to look at the metrics, but considering the other metrics we looked at, I did not look at it that way. I think that's highly likely in this case.
But have you provided anything so I'm looking at these metrics, right? And so the first you tell me that, that's not what operating people look at, whether or not their freight transportation is not to judge their performance of their freight transportation. So the middle one, velocity, we see that all the time. Provided anything to the board to help us to judge how, I don't want to say, magnitude of the change in speed, but how much this change in speed relates to what we normally expect and the freight network.
So yeah, so as I said, I think the thing to keep in mind is this is a permanent shift of that variability. And so as I said, that variability is not going to change. Yes, there is natural, you guys see the metrics, it could be a couple miles per hour change. I don't look at the railroad metrics, honestly.
I think that's right. I mean, you say a couple miles an hour and that what do you think is a normal average speed for CSX?
I don't know. I haven't looked at it recently.
Okay. So let's say, can we guess and say, can you ballpark it?
I would be speculating. I said, a lot has changed since I worked there 4 years ago. Let's say, let me ask you a different way. What is the velocity that you measured in the RTC model? You mean like that is the overall of nearly every train in the model.
The average, but what's the average speed?
That's the same. In this case, I'm not sure. I think Amtrak keep bringing up the 14 miles an hour. That is a mix of traffic and sort of a whole host of areas.
Sure.
So yeah, but I'm not sure.
And I think you just said that freight speeds can vary a couple miles per hour, right? So, when you're talking about 15 miles an hour and a couple mile an hour variance, we're talking, 15% variance. And, this change of speed is 0.9%. So how can you help contextualize this change in speed with variance, in this outdoor sport, and to what weight the board should give this change in speed?
One thing to keep in mind is that the speed in our study is actually quite low because of New Orleans. If you looked only at CSX, it would likely be higher. And also you have to keep in mind how the railroads measure, at least when I was there, measure velocity does not include the dwell. And so in this case, this does include the dwell of the trains. So for instance, a train arriving at Mobile, they separate out the sort of the dwell of that train from the velocity. And so I know some of them have moved to sort of car velocity, but that was said after my time.
Right, but
yeah.
a lot of railroad velocities are still in the 20 mph, right? So when you talk, if your 2 is off that, that's still 10% compared to this 0.9%. Is that the right way to be thinking about it? Is that this is, the natural variability you'd expect at like 10% of speed, and this is 0.9, and should the board use that for context? Or, is there anything else that we can use to help contextualize what you're trying to tell us?
Yeah, it's you have to be careful because you're comparing a variability with a permanent change, sort of shifting of it. And so as I said, and we talked about, this is increasing the variability. So this would then further increase that variability you already see. But it said, this is sort of the danger of, why we compare RTC to RTC, and RTC to actual, is because of some of the natural optimism of the model, to be honest. And so I think the best way to look at it is at the percentage, and thinking about those is that, you're
Right.
shifting, a permanent degradation. Across
I totally understand it. And you can appreciate, question for us in this case. No, you're not a lawyer, and you're not making a legal judgment, and you're a modeling expert, and your clarity is great. But, we're trying to judge the unreasonableness of the impairment, right? And these are key metrics. And, you're telling us one metric's not really used, and then the other metric, you're not providing, I'm not hearing context.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how these metrics help answer that question. And that's really where I'm coming from.
So the delay per 100 is used by modelers, at railroads, everyone. It's just, it's not a standard metric report out to the STB or used internally. So it's just, so I think it's a very important metric. It does provide sort of great context that sort of the increase in cost, I don't want to say cost, but like the congestion on the line. But it is not used on a day-to-day basis by the railroads.
Member Schultz, did you have a question?
I do. And I think you answered this already, but just for clarification, what is the percentage change in speed again?
That is so I take the difference in this case, the sort of the questioned case. In this case, it's the 2039 case with proposed projects. I subtract the 2039 base case from that, and then divide it by the 2039 base case. So it is it's a percentage difference from that 2039 base case.
Okay, and then in terms of the 0.9%, what would be a range of percentage that would, in your mind, trigger severe degradation?
As I said, what to keep in mind is with these projects is that these aren't inherently, all these are constructible. So this is not necessarily a case that might not be feasible. And I said, and that is, okay, so let me put it this way. It is standard practice for when considering projects to get back to as close to zero as possible. I can't tell you what, that's some of those are legal terms, and, above my pay grade a little bit, but I would tell you it is standard practice to restore back to as close to zero as possible.
But I guess as a modeler, I don't believe severe degradation is necessarily a legal term. As a modeler, what threshold, in your opinion, would stand out to you as something that would be cause for concern?
So you look at all the metrics, not just one. You can see here the 30% change in delayed other railroads, the 35% increase in dispatching conflicts. And so, can I give you a certain threshold you would consider acceptable or not? No, I think it depends on location by location, corridor by corridor, case by case, and sort of what you're looking at. But you look at the metrics as a whole, not just isolating for one.
These metrics pertain to the FRA projects as proposed, right? So perhaps you could speak to just in this instance.
I said one thing to keep in mind is this, there are increase in delays and decreased speed on NS. This is sort of, the most of the corridor is on CSX, and that's the only place there are projects. I said these are better than no projects. Gets you part of the way, doesn't get you all the way. And so I would recommend, and following standard practice, that you would need additional projects beyond this to fully sort of restore the corridor.
How would you define all the way or some of the way?
To back to no degradation. So sorry, 0% or as close to, if slightly above, change in speed.
And zero degradation in your mind would be 0% interruption?
As close to as possible. Yes.
Yeah, and two follow-on questions, Michelle. Michelle, do you have?
Well, I guess just one quick question. Is there any place on the CSX or NS network where there is 0% interruption?
And so keep in mind is, these are sort of changes between these two cases. Those cases have delay inherent in them. So you're going to be there is no corridor on any railroad that does not have delay. I can't speak to any specifics beyond that. But if you're especially a single track railroad, every time you meet two trains and have to use a siding, that is sort of defined as delay. So there is no corridor out there that does not have a quote unquote some type of delay out there.
So in other words, zero is perhaps an unattainable standard.
It is 0 as compared between the base case and the passenger case. So it is, that by definition of how we are looking at this is a comparison between the two cases. So yes, you can achieve a 0 by getting back to the railroad as that was before passenger was introduced.
So before passenger is introduced, it is in fact at 0?
According to this definition, that would be the case.
And so the 0.9% then is with the introduction of passenger with the FRA proposed projects, correct?
The full set of the FRA projects, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but if you could go to table F4, I think that's probably a better table to look at.
Can you describe what this is showing us, Mr. Dingler?
So yeah, as I mentioned earlier, they have grade crossing closures, which are out of the control of the railroads, FRA or Amtrak or NS in their set of projects. They also have those siding speed improvements. One thing to note, they also recommend some bridge speed improvements. I outlined this in the report that improve the speed of those bridges. It is unclear what that would take to have those projects work. It likely is more than those MITRE rails, but because they are feasible, we included them, even if not at the cost that was recommended by the FRA.
And so if you look at table F4, could you describe what type of interference to interchange partners in New Orleans, for example, would still be in place if you adopted the subset of FRA projects?
This does nothing to fix, New Orleans or mitigate New Orleans.
And
so you still have a 31% increase in delay.
And why is that? Aren't there projects in New Orleans from the FRA?
The closest project they came up with was in Tilly, and I think according to, if I remember right, according to the report, they said they never even looked at the NS portion.
Okay. Stephen, if we can take this down, and Patrick, you have a
Marty,
question?
if I can just, Marty.
Hold. I have a couple of questions, and Patrick, I think you do too, right? Before you take this stuff.
I'm sorry. Can you put it back up, Stephen? My apologies, Chairman.
Maybe. Well, I don't have questions about that exhibit, but Patrick may. So Patrick, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, mine is a quick follow-on from Michelle's great questions. The first is, you said as close to 0 as possible. I just want to be clear. You're not saying as close to 0 as cost beneficial. In other words, the solution you're solving for is getting to 0. You're not factoring in, what would make sense in terms of a cost benefit calculus.
So when selecting projects, I use my engineering judgment. I'm not going to put a bridge, a new, 3-mile bridge or things like that out there. So there is sort of constructability costs, but not directly considerations. I'm not going to, trying to avoid if it's in the middle of a swamp. I wouldn't recommend that project. But no, there's no direct, cost benefit analysis completed.
And just one more question on this, which is, I think you had said that no railroad, no operating person, relies on modeled freight train delay per 100. Why is that?
It's because you can't really measure it. You'd have to, it's against the minimum runtime. And so you'd have to sort of do a simulation of every train on your network to get that minimum runtime. It's just a feasibility thing. Yeah, it's not, necessarily data that exists.
Thank you.
So Chairman, we'll take this down, but please, if you have some questions.
I have a couple of questions. Did I understand you to say that to change the inputs and then run the RTC model takes about a day?
Assuming everything goes right overnight, sometimes it doesn't, but yes, it'd be for a scenario, I can make a change in a matter of hours. I look at a couple cases to make sure it's operating as it should, and then I can run it overnight. That is correct.
So you could run the FRA projects on the 2019 case.
I can.
In a day, roughly, assuming, subject to what you just said about it, assuming it runs okay?
Yep.
So you said you ran the 2039 FRA case because somebody asked you to do that?
No, well, so we did 2039. So when we do the modeling, it is standard practice to only look at 2039. We looked at 2019 for the projects because you guys requested it. But it was part of sort of another one of the what if analyses we did. I don't remember who exactly asked for it. It was just part of our consideration of the projects.
Well, I'm a little bit lost there as to, I thought you answered Karen Hedlund when she asked why you ran the 2039 FRA case because someone asked you to do it. Maybe I misheard you. Is that not right?
There was a lot of people that asked me to look at a lot of scenarios. Likely counsel asked me to look at it as part of, but I honestly don't remember specifically. If I said that, it was not my intention.
But no one asked you to run the FRA 2019 case.
That is correct.
Okay, and who decided that some aspects of the FRA projects were, quote, not buildable or not feasible?
It was through discussion with CSX. I talked to Will Roseborough, he was a member of the clean team. And he sort of talked me through the reason those projects would not be buildable. We had a lengthy conversation because I had to be convinced. And so we talked through that, and I'm in agreement that those under the current sort of the signaling design of CSX, those are not constructible.
Well, what does that mean, the signaling design? Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, certainly. So as I described earlier, so the projects we considered not constructible was there's a couple sidings that the FRA recommended to increase to 40 miles an hour. The CSX has something called speed signaling. So it has to give signaling to enter the siding at a certain speed. To give it for that train, if it was going in the siding at 40 miles an hour, it has to be able to stop before the next signal. Those trains, it uses a worst case train when you do signal design. That train cannot stop in time within the length of that siding without extending it. So you can't get to that speed.
Could you just build it with the same FRA project without the 40-mile speed?
And that's what we did. So the second set of projects we removed, we lowered the speeds to what was constructible. And we also removed the grade crossing closures.
Right. So for some price, could you change the signaling so you could actually do what the FRA suggested?
You would have to extend the siding to give it sufficient distance. It's not a price issue. It's a design of the fail-safe nature of railroad signaling.
And for example, how long would you have to extend the siding?
I couldn't tell you specifically.
All right. Did you have an understanding that the projects that you did include in your report, the 14, the buildability of those projects is also not certain, is not the way Mr. Niemeyer's report reads?
So they went through, as part of those project selection, they went through sort of several sort of reviews. Will Roseborough helped look through those projects in the initial review. And then there was an additional review by Ted Niemeyer, so that we were recommending projects that the railroads felt comfortable were constructible.
Well, you said they felt comfortable, but the engineering and the final design work and the costing, none of that's been done in terms of the real feasibility, right?
That is correct. And I think I add that caveat in conclusions of my report that these projects may change. This is, we recommend one set of projects, but there may be adjustments based on permitting, a whole host of factors. But as these projects go into further design.
Did you consider asking the FRA about why they recommended these projects in terms of their feasibility?
They were not, I read their report and sort of the details with that, but I did nothing beyond that.
Did you not think the people at the FRA who came up with these projects would have anything useful to add about the feasibility of projects they recommended to the U.S. Congress?
I don't know. I was relying on sort of information I was given. I don't know if the FRA even consulted with CSX when it developed those projects either. So no, I never talked to the FRA.
I mean, it didn't occur to you, I take it, that if the FRA went to all the trouble to tell the U.S. Congress to spend $100 billion, they hadn't done some homework before they made such a recommendation, so that their recommendation would be considered sound? You didn't think about that?
I did not.
Ray, I have a number of questions relating to cost, but I think I should save them till Mr. Dingler has finished because they're more of an overview.
Okay, Member Schultz, do you have a question?
Yeah.
I do,
Michelle?
actually. Thank you. I think I'm not sure what the number of the chart was that you had up on the screen earlier, but you indicated that the model that you ran regarding the FRA recommended level of infrastructure stopped in Mobile. I believe it did not include any projects in New Orleans. Did I understand that correctly?
It stops with the Gentilly bypass. It included you had no analysis that I was aware of or projects on the Norfolk Southern.
Was there a model that was run that would have included the projects in New Orleans?
So I chose their projects as I felt they made sense with my modeling effort, but I never did sort of a hybrid approach of, adding in beyond theirs. So there were sort of separate efforts.
Member Schultz, if I can ask a clarifying question, I think you asked a different question. Mr. Dingler, did you ever model the combination of the FRA proposed projects and the additional projects in New Orleans?
I did not.
Was there a reason you did not?
Because we were looking at the FRA projects standalone, and when I was going through my projects, I selected from their list as I felt it made sense with what the data was telling me in the model, but I did not sort of necessarily do a hybrid approach where I built on what they'd recommended.
But in the chart that you had put on the screen earlier, where you did the point of comparison, I think there was you showed a 9% slowing in speed, but then the next chart below it, the numbers were substantially higher. What did that chart include then? Just what the impact was without any projects in New Orleans? Is that right?
The table F4 it's the same. So it's that original set of projects, but what I removed was the grade crossing closures. And I removed some of those sighting speeds. So if you go to appendix, actually the next page 86, it has sort of in a different color. I wish I chose a different color that was a little more clear. The projects I removed from that set for table F4. Yeah, the colors aren't different enough. I apologize for that.
No, that's okay.
But could I just ask, Michelle?
Sure.
Which are the ones you removed? What am I looking at?
So page 86. There's a schematic. And I have similar schematics for my projects. that I recommended. So it's a brown. I said again, it's printed. It's not as clear. So
just to be clear, why don't we read them off so we
Yeah.
all know what you're talking about?
actually, I think, and as I think about it, here we go. So go to table F1.
Colorblind.
Yeah.
So we're gonna move you to table F1 that lays out all the FRA projects, and he's gonna speak from this. We're gonna zoom this up.
So the single asterisk is a grade crossing closure. Yeah, let's wait. And the two asterisks are the infeasible sort of siding speed. So there are three of them. You have Lake Catherine, you have Claiborne, and you have Beauvoir.
And so the only ones that were infeasible are with the three with the two asterisks, and those are all based on the speed with regard to the signals.
That is correct.
And is it your testimony, just so I understand, and Michelle, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm going to hand it back to you in a minute. There's nothing you can do to adjust the software of this signalization program to allow for these sightings to be used as proposed?
It is not a software issue. It's about a train being able to stop. So it's a physics problem, to be honest. And so the train has to be able to stop within that length. Otherwise it will, if it's trying to stop from 40 miles an hour, it will drag out through the other side of the siding.
Well, but suppose it entered the siding at a slower speed, could it still work?
And that's exactly what sort of we put in there was you'd have to, instead of a 40 mile per hour speed, you could do a 30 mile per hour speed, and then it would work.
And you did, so when you ran the 2039 FRA case, did you run all the FRA projects and slowed the speed for these three? Is that what you did?
If my memory serves me, that's what I did. It's been a while.
And was it from 40 to 30?
I believe that was the case. Yes.
So if you were going to run the 2019 case, you could run that the same way.
That is correct.
Projects at the slower speeds.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry, Michelle. I didn't mean to cut you off like that.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you aware if NS actually ran a model that was inclusive of the New Orleans projects as well as the proposed FRA projects?
I am not. I'm not aware of any sort of separate modeling NS performed outside of either the 2020 study or the 2021 study.
Wouldn't the impact to NS's operability have an impact on CSX? And I'm trying to think of a better way to phrase the question. I think what I'm trying to ask is if there was no comprehensive model that was run with the necessary projects in New Orleans for NS, as well as a model that included the proposed FRA projects for CSX, how could the tables that were previously shown accurately reflect what the service levels or whether or not severe degradation would have taken place within the region in its entirety?
So I provided sort of the overall metrics, and I do have sort of it isolated by NS trains. And so sort of to your question about sort of the interconnectedness of it, if there is increased, congestion on NS, the way that will affect CSX is it will delay them getting the interchange trains, and it will delay them being able to depart the interchange trains towards, UP, BNSF, KCS. It will increase the congestion at Gentilly, which has an effect, and that could lead to sort of trains holding out. As you increase yard congestion, you increase trains holding out, and it can increase yard congestion. So there's definitely a sort of a combined effect there.
So I guess my final question would be, would it be fair to say that in order to have a comprehensive overview of the region in its entirety, you would have to run a model that included the infrastructure in New Orleans for NS, as well as proposed projects for CSX.
Yes, and that's why we did it in this case, I'd started with, one railroad and we worked added the others, and there's definitely an effect between the two. Yes, that to fully understand the impact at Gentilly and New Orleans, you have to understand both together. So yeah, you need to know the combination.
Which would be a different model that has not yet been run. Is that correct?
A different scenario or a different case, correct. Yeah, we have the base case that has that all in there. It would just be another one of those what if analysis we would look at. We have not looked at that what if.
Okay, thank you.
Member Hudlin?
Why is a grade crossing closure outside of the control of the owner of the right of way?
Great question. So it is up to the local municipalities. I think you can get the railroads that they would love to close grade crossings. They are great projects. They have safety benefits as well as operational benefits. But you have to work in coordination with local stakeholders to close those. Many municipalities like their crossings.
But the railroad owns the grade crossing, the right of way.
I don't know all the
And
legal.
do the local communities have easements over those right of ways?
I'm not. Yeah, I can't speak to that specifically. What I
Is it
do
just
know.
a matter of comity. COMITY.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I know the effect. I don't know the cause. But that local stakeholders have an effect, impact the ability to close grade crossings.
Oh. Even though the entire grade crossing is owned by the railroad and the local community doesn't have a real estate interest in the grade crossing.
Yeah.
So Member Hundlin, I just, if you have questions about that, the lawyers can try to answer that for you and maybe
Okay.
brief it if you have some questions. Mr. Dingler he can't tell you about the legal easements.
I understand that. I would like to get some clarity from the lawyers on that because I have some, well, I've heard of instances where other railroads have taken a different position.
Understood. And we'll put that on our list of legal questions that we're going to brief probably post hearing.
Thank you.
Mr. Dingler, is it possible to put your delay metrics, your, let's call them service metrics, in terms of the metrics that customers typically look at or that railroads typically look at? I understand velocity in the context, we've discussed that, but metrics such as car trip plan compliance, cycle time, those are the things we hear most often from customers and we hear most often from railroads. And so, and that's oftentimes what people use to judge freight transportation performance, which is the central question in this case. So I'm wondering if there's a way to translate your findings into more widely used metrics.
The one thing to keep in mind is what RTC is. It doesn't consider sort of individual cars. It is a train-based model. And so, I can't convert, I don't know where the cars are on those trains. I don't know anything about the traffic.
But of course, CSX knows what cars are on which train though, right?
I would hope so.
So you could take a representative sample and you're just like you're taking representative samples of other types of data, right?
Yeah, but again, that's why I said we use sort of delay and all those things, because there are a number of things that affect sort of car speed and car, there's connections, there's switching that is outside the scope of what an RTC model looks at. A lot of what drives some of those metrics is yard performance. Again, sort of outside the scope of what an RTC model looks at.
Right. And I only say that unimpeded single train performance is something we encounter not at all on the freight network, right? And so if that's your baseline for comparison, you understand where I think in part, it's the feasibility, but in part, I don't know how much unimpeded runtime of a single train on tracks is going to tell a customer about the freight performance, right? Because it's something we never see and something they'll never see. So that basis of comparison relative to what is today, if that's built in, that it might, it might obscure, broader context that is helpful for assessing the magnitude of the delay. Do you have a reaction to that?
Well, that being said, but a 45% increase in local delay, however you define it, you're going from, 100 to 140 is pretty significant. And that's going to inevitably have an impact on the customers. I can't translate it to some of those other metrics. But yeah, 45% is a large number.
Got it. I appreciate it.
Mhm.
So we're going to go ahead and take this slide down. In my direct, I'm going to move, it's related, but it's to a couple of different topics. We have about 45 minutes before 5 o'clock. So I'm mindful, Chairman, of looking for a good spot to naturally break the direct. But I certainly think the next few segues will fit into the time. So we're going to talk a little bit, Mark. We're going to shift gears a little bit and talk about some questions that were raised by the board members at the February hearing, specifically the concept of a freight benefit, which Member Hudlin asked us to address specifically in our direct. So I'm going to try to do so. The idea of shortening the trains, which is also a question that we heard a lot about, and the idea of automating the bridges. And we may not get to the automating the bridges today, but we'll try. So let's start with the issue of freight benefit. Could you please explain that term freight benefit, what it means to you as an RTC modeler?
Certainly. So when the word freight benefit is used, the way I interpret that is after you've added, the passenger trains and all the projects, your result is a sizable improvement from the no build or the base case.
So you described a number of passenger companies you've done work for, including like Florida DOT. Can you describe the kind of normal practice you would do for them in terms of restoring operations back to the status quo?
In all those cases, what you're looking at, is, as you put it, sort of back to the zero case. You're trying to get as close. Again, it is my best practice to have slightly higher due to sort of the nature of RTC versus reality. But yeah, you're trying to get as close to zero as possible.
And in this case, I think you mentioned this already, but you reported results that are a little bit above 2.5% above zero. Can you describe what led you to conclude that was appropriate?
So we looked at sort of the three different train groups. We looked at the CSX local, we looked at CSX through and the NS trains. So we were trying to mitigate each of those and make sure we weren't, improving the CSX through traffic while severely degrading, the CSX local traffic. In that, you have sort of, sometimes result in something slightly higher while you're mitigating one, it will improve the other. Also on the NS, the set of projects we selected, those crossovers is sort of, I think, describe it as a little bit clumpy. When you add in those projects, which are designed to work together, you end up with a slightly higher benefit than we saw in these sort of those other groups.
So in your opinion, if you turn back to the idea of a freight benefit, in your opinion, what, if any, freight benefit would the host railroads derive from the proposed 14 infrastructure projects?
I don't believe there is any.
And I'm not quite sure I get it. So wouldn't they use the longer sidings, the power switches, the other improvements on a daily basis? Why isn't that a freight benefit in your view as an RTC modeler?
They certainly would. And so to think about it is sort of a time of day. When that passenger train is out there, you are degrading the service. You're adding traffic. There is increased delays. In the off hours, are they able to, and use that infrastructure? They are. But based on the definition of how we looked at the data, as I've described, we looked at the passenger case with projects, the percentage difference from the base case. And so those two after our work offset each other.
Okay. Over the last week or so, we've heard a lot of questions.
I'm sorry, Ray. I'm sorry.
Of course.
Forgive me. And just to clarify on that, so you're saying that there is no freight benefit based on the modeling that you ran, but you also said previous questioning that you wanted to get back to zero, correct?
That is correct.
So isn't that a benefit if you can use the infrastructure to get back to zero where there's no negligible impact on freight rail by instituting infrastructure? Isn't that, I don't see how if you go from degradation to now zero impact, that's not a benefit. So you don't factor that as a benefit to the freight rail?
It's because we're using the baseline as if the passenger service was not introduced. So yeah, if you're taking your baseline against the passenger case, when there's severe degradation to freight, these projects improve freight. But we're comparing back to if Amtrak was not introduced, these projects would not be needed.
Okay. But not, and I guess the clarification is, I understand not needed, but would there be a benefit to them? Because I clearly see, again, we'll go back to the Norfolk Southern, New Orleans, where they say if they had that addition of the line, a train could literally go over the park train and go into the yard and work the yard, even with that train changing crews. And that was the question I had to Norfolk Southern's representative, that to me, that sounds like a benefit, that you can still move trains while a train is sitting still. And then without that infrastructure, nothing would move into that yard. So I'm not looking to play gotcha. I'm just trying to find out that if you have the infrastructure in place, it seems that there would be greater efficiencies to move. You even said that if you create a longer one, that the local train could work more efficiently on that if you moved it from the siding from one side to the other. So I guess I'm saying, again, I'm not looking to play gotcha. I'm just saying that I don't how even writing that and saying that there's no benefit to that. I mean, you want to say, yes, spend money. It's like, yeah, we didn't need it, but could you benefit? I mean, I don't need, a tour bus, but maybe I could benefit it by going cross country in it. I have to take a plane, but the idea of having that benefit, I think, has to be, again, be seen as, you've got this extra trackage. So, and capacity now, did you need it? No, but is it still a benefit because you can actually take advantage of it? I guess that's what I'm just trying to figure that clarification of how they just don't see it as a benefit.
So you wouldn't need, the way it sounds like you're defining benefit is as compared to the passenger case. And so if you're going from a 45% degradation to zero, that benefits the freight, but you wouldn't have that degradation if it wasn't for the passenger trains. And so, when I consider sort of freight benefit, it's comparison to if that service never started. And so it's based on sort of how we define the benefit. The freight terminal lead, you don't need that if you weren't losing one of those tracks for sizable portions of the day when the passenger trains are operating.
Correct. And again, I'm going to let Ray keep going. I guess I'm just getting caught up in the benefit versus need, that even though you don't need it, there's still a benefit though of having it. I guess that's all. I guess in a sense is what I'm saying, is that yes, you don't need it and they didn't have to, but there's still a benefit of having it because if it's utilized, that's the benefit.
What do you mean by need?
Well, you just said that they don't need it. So you said that without passenger rail, you don't need the infrastructure. And I'm giving you that, but you factored in that, but if we build it, there's no benefit.
It's once you add that passenger, it changes the operations on the corridor. And so there's different infrastructure required to make, get back to as if that passenger service was not there. So.
Okay. I'm still, but Ray, for the interest of time, I'll keep going. I'll let you keep going.
Ray, there was one other question I have here. By the way, Ray, I meant to note a moment ago that I was very pleased to hear you say that you do expect there will be a time when there is post-hearing. I don't know when that time will come, but you see an end to this someday. As the first time the phrase post-hearing has been used in these proceedings, so I wanted to
that day will come, Chairman. I guarantee it.
I assume so. Mr. Dingler, there's one thing I'm sorry, and I meant to go back. Early on in your presentation, you said that when it came time to figure out where projects needed to be made, there were three problem areas that you said: Mobile, New Orleans, and Gentilly. And I meant to ask you about all these other. So you've identified the projects in those areas, but then there are projects long ways away from both Mobile and New Orleans. And so I didn't understand how you got from here to there.
Those are sort of the places of highest delay. You can sort of see that in my report. So those are the places I started. The rest of the projects are sort of to mitigate all the stuff between that, sort of meet locations, local work. But the biggest sources of delay in your corridor are those three locations.
Well,
So you consider all of them, but those were the places you sort of start with looking at projects.
So you didn't run an RTC then with just the projects at what you identified initially as the three big problem areas. You could do that, right?
I may have. I said, you build up these projects as you go through it, but I don't remember. So you sort of, it's an iterative process.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ray. I'm sorry.
Okay. So there were a lot of questions that have been talking about bridge tenders and movable bridges. So I want to talk about this a little bit. Could you remind the board, we didn't really talk about it yet, how movable bridges were modeled in 2019 and 2039?
So for the movable bridges, I received bridge logs from the railroads. So this has sort of an opening time, a vessel that passes, and a closing time. I took that information and I looked at sort of those frequencies, those durations, and when those bridge openings occur. I subsequently looked at it. So you could tell in the data, some of those bridge openings remain open if there's two vessels and no trains for a period of time. So what we did was, as if a train had arrived, they would close that bridge. We shortened those opening times and added, increased the frequency to better match with how it would operate with sort of additional traffic on the line. And so these are sort of random variables that we ran with each, as we mentioned, seeds, or the number, each time the 30 per case. Each one of those has sort of a different set of bridge openings in them.
And can you describe bridge tenders and how they were introduced in the model and what purpose they served?
There are three high rail movements of bridge tenders. These are to get the crews out to those bridges. There are 3 shifts per day, so there's 9 of these in any given day. There are 2 after Biloxi and I think Mobile Bay that just go a short distance, about a mile, and then there's one near Claiborne that goes Pearl River and Rigolets, where they have to go a farther distance to pick up and drop off those crews.
So you modeled those in 2019. Can you describe what, if any, changes you did for 2039 in terms of the way mobile bridges were modeled?
In 2039, we looked at sort of publicly available vessel growth along the corridor, and I increased either the duration or frequency of these openings.
So you heard some prior testimony that some of these bridges might be automated and moved to remote control. Did you model that? Did you assume that in the 2039 model?
We did not, as it's another one of those elements that's out of the railroad's control.
And can you elaborate on what you mean by that? Whose controls it in?
It is to the Coast Guard. It's in the federal record. And so any changes that the railroads have sort of proposed or are working on have not been finalized into that.
So how would you change the model, though, in 2039 if you were to assume the bridges would be automated by that point in time?
We just remove those bridge tenders.
And would would remote control solve kind of the problems along the line associated with movable bridges?
No, it just removes those 9 high rail movements a day. If you were able to do all 5 of those bridges or 4 of those bridges, you still have the opening and closings of those bridges.
And are you aware of the pilot program that was in place for the 3-mile bridge?
I am.
Did you assume that type of pilot program might be available for some of the other bridges in 2039?
We did not.
And can you explain why?
So at 3 Mile Creek, it's sort of a special case. It is right at the north end of Mobile Yard. A lot of the movement across that bridge are yard movements that are sort of set by shift throughout the day. The rest of them is sort of, you'd have to sort of design these to open at specific, it's sort of creating, planning out, so if you open them all at once, you're shutting down. It becomes you may just simply put, it'd be operationally almost impossible to schedule those in an efficient way.
So what would happen to the model, or how could you use the model to test, say, if the Coast Guard changed the law to give Amtrak trains preference over the water vessels? How might you explore that what if question?
So in that situation, what would be happening is if a passenger train was approaching the bridge and a vessel approached the bridge, that bridge would, instead of opening, it would remain closed. And so what that does is it shifts that opening from when the passenger train, would be there to after that. So it's sort of shifting the openings.
So can you describe how you might, somebody, whether it's Amtrak's expert or the board's experts or you, might take your work papers and try and see what happens to the model if you automated all of the bridges and you gave Amtrak preference over the water carriers? How might you use your work papers to explore that possibility?
So what you could do is go into the permit files. Those are the files that I use to represent the bridge openings. So it's basically a moment of time when the track is unavailable. I can set the basically speed to be unlimited for passenger trains, representing sort of that passenger train never being impacted directly by the bridges. This doesn't fully represent the shifting of those openings, but it would give you a fair guess of what would happen.
And what would you do with the bridge tenders?
You would remove them.
How long would that type of inquiry take you to do?
Again, less than a day.
So have you done that inquiry?
I have.
So Chairman, my next question I'd like to ask, but I want to give Ms. Bracy an opportunity to object, would be is to disclose what happens when you take the bridge tenders out and give passenger trains preference in 2039. But I appreciate this is, we've explained the work papers. I'm happy to report out the results, but I want to give Ms. Bracy an opportunity to offer any concern she has.
Well, let me first of all, let me make sure I understand the question. I think you could, the way I heard you discussing this, Ray, is that you combined two concepts. One was automating the bridges that haven't been automated yet, or the ones that, as I remember the testimony, not all the bridges could ever be automated, only some. So I'm not sure how many bridges we're taking into account. And then that would eliminate the high rail movements for those bridge tenders. And then secondly, you talked about a preference for Amtrak over ships. So is your question about an RTC study that covered all of those things in one swoop, or did he do it one at a time?
He did them both. He did them both. I'll offer my question. What impact, if any, did the supplemental modeling have on the projected level of congestion? And it's for both of those combined.
And does it include all of the non-automated bridges being automated?
Correct. Yep. We took all the bridge tenders out.
And this is only for 2039?
Correct.
And wait, let me just finish. And it is with the 14 projects included?
No, it's the passenger only. It's trying to see what is the impact of putting passengers on in 2039.
It was with the projects.
With the projects, yes, with the projects.
The question at would is change the projects.
Yep.
Well, so the question is, did he run it with the projects, the 2039 build case, but now adding in these changes on the bridge tenders you just described? Is that the
correct?
Question?
Correct.
All right, Ms. Bracy, would you like to be heard on this?
Yes, sir. I believe this is new analysis that hasn't been disclosed prior to the hearing.
I think it is. Mr. Atkins describes it as such. Are you objecting?
I am, sir.
The port.
We do not have any objection.
Well, I think this, I will tell you my view, and we're in a public record. I don't see any reason why the board can't just discuss this publicly. I'd like to know the answer to this question. There's a lot of studies that haven't been done that I'd like to know the answer to, which we'll probably have a discussion about, Ray, before the post-hearing era comes in. I think that Amtrak's objection is well taken in terms of not being able to be prepared to respond to it. So one possibility is to allow the answer subject to Amtrak's objection. And as this hearing plays out, to see if there is a way that prejudice to Amtrak's case can be eliminated by giving Amtrak an opportunity to adequately pursue the questions, the cross or the challenge to whatever Mr. Dingler is going to say. And if that can't be done, we could simply strike it from the record as another option before the case is concluded. There may be other alternatives, but what I'd like to do is ask the board members, I guess it's a two-part question. A, would you like to know the answer? And B, do you think that we should permit the answer to be given at this hearing, given what I would say this, in my opinion, but for the notion that I think it's important information for the board to hear, I think Amtrak's objection should be sustained. But I'm trying to figure out a way for us to hear it and preserving Amtrak's rights not to be prejudiced. So let me ask the board members to, if you feel like opining, if you make me decide it by myself, I will.
Marty,
Yeah.
I'm wondering if we can give Ms. Bracy an opportunity to respond before we weigh in.
You mean to the suggestions I made? That's fair.
Yes, please.
Yes, very good point.
I wouldn't mind an opportunity to weigh in too.
Thanks, Ray.
All right.
Good point.
And listen, before we do that, does any board member have an alternative procedural move that then the parties can respond to? That's really what I was fishing for here, Patrick. I'm not the endless fount of solutions here. There may be better ones. If no one has any, why don't we give Ms. Bracy a chance to respond and Ray and
Marty,
yeah.
I'm sorry, Marty. I was going to say that if we could give both parties a chance to review it before bringing it back up. I mean, if Mr. Dingler is coming back, and it's assumed that he is, can they have that conversation and wait before have that conversation, see if they can resolve it between the parties before we have to decide?
Yeah, except I think Ms. Bracy will want to know what the information is before she decides how to deal with it.
Yeah, I think
to do that. So
I figure, can't they talk about it and then sort of get back to us maybe tomorrow?
if they can, if they're willing to, they can. I can't make them talk.
Just suggestion.
Yeah, no, the worthy suggestion. Ms. Bracy.
Yes, we could also reserve our rights, and we can also have some short briefing on it as well.
All right, but are you saying with or without hearing the answer today?
Without hearing the answer.
Ray, would you like to be heard on it?
So I would make two observations. One is you've been asking a lot of questions about modeling that we did or did that they're not in the report. So if we can't and asking what the implications would be, and so I think this is a natural follow-on. I would also observe what Mr. Dingler started with was walking through all the work papers so that your staff could do this, and so can Mr. Crowley and Mr. Fapp, and they're not going on until May. So if they would like to go into the work papers and look at, rerun the analysis for 2039 and want to offer a different conclusion about what the model shows, they have a full opportunity to do so in their direct testimony. All we want to do is tell the board, if you make these changes, what does the RTC model tell you? We're not going to advocate anymore, but we think that you should know what the implications are. And if Crowley and Mr. Fapp can't figure it out, well, that's on them. That's not on us.
Well, that may be, but in fairness, Ms. Bracy and Amtrak's other counsel may want the advantage of not only knowing what Mr. Dingler is going to say before it goes into the record, but working with their own experts to prepare to cross-examine him on the subject. I don't presume to anticipate how Ms. Bracy and Ms. Amundsen want to try their case. If I were trying the case, I might want to talk to my own experts to be prepared to cross. So I could see the advantage of doing that. I'm going to, let me just say this. There may be, we've already talked about other studies that haven't been done here in this testimony, and there may be other such subjects that come up for further work that witnesses may either do or be asked to do. So this may not be the only new piece of evidence that the parties are going to have to grapple with. I'm not suggesting any order or ruling by the board because none of us have decided anything along those lines. We haven't even discussed it. But certainly there've been a lot of questions raising, for example, the 2019 FRA case and so forth. So I think, in fairness to Amtrak, I'm going to sustain the objection for the time being. And I think that Robert's suggestion is a good one. Perhaps you and Ms. Bracy and Rob can have a discussion tomorrow about how to proceed with this. One possibility, Ray, is to disclose to the other parties what Mr. Dingler's testimony would be on this subject. When we get back, maybe they like it, so they'll withdraw their objection, or they'll know whether they need to be prepared to respond to it and what they need to do, or persist in their objection. But I think it's hard to ask the council to make a judgment on behalf of their client in the dark.
So Chairman, I'd be happy to take Ms. Bracy up on the opportunity. I'm sure we're going to be talking tomorrow about schedule anyways.
Yeah.
So why don't I withdraw the question? And if there's a opportunity, and we'll discuss with Ms. Bracy and Mr. Wimbish and see if we can reach a reconciliation.
Yeah, I think that's worth the effort. I think Robert made a very good suggestion. So let's leave this question hanging for the moment. And we will address, we can, if progress or decisions made, we'll deal with it Thursday. And if we need more work, there's still time. So let's go ahead.
That makes sense. I'm going to turn to it, my next topic, and the same question is going to come up at the end of this, but I will reserve the final question and that as well for my conversation with Ms. Bracy. So, Mr. Dingler, I want to talk to you there's been a lot of talk about shortening trains on the line and whether or not that could improve the overall fluidity of the line. So can you describe just generally how shortening a train length could improve the fluidity of the line?
So what you would do is by shortening trains, you are better able to fit into the existing sidings.
So can you describe how shortening trains might actually harm the fluidity of the line?
The number of cars does not change. So if you are shortening trains, by definition, you have to increase the number of trains.
Can the RTC model test that question about which of these competing effects is going to be larger?
Yes.
Can you describe how the RTC model might do that?
So you can go into RTC and determine sort of a new train length. So you can look at sort of the existing trains on the line, you have the existing sidings on the line, and determine sort of a maximum siding length, and then which trains would no longer fit.
So if we think about your work papers, if you were asked to undertake this type of inquiry, could you start with 2019 and walk through how you would first identify a limit on the train length that you might impose from your work papers?
So in the work papers, we have, or in my report, I have the lengths of sidings and the clear length. So what's important here is the clear length, of sidings, as well as the length of the siding itself, as we've talked about grade crossings previously. So then, but you can look into my work papers, the existing size of trains on the corridor, and sort of adjust those train sizes to a new maximum length.
And in your opinion, what might be a reasonable maximum length to impose, given the length of the sidings on this corridor for this type of hypothetical inquiry?
Considering you would do this in conjunction with passenger traffic to ensure that you could fit in the siding to clear crossings, about 7,500 feet.
Was there any particular crossing that kind of drew you, that you really wanted to make sure that they could fit into? And if so, which one was it?
There is a section between Gaucher and Claiborne, effectively, that has the crossings. There's very limited location. I think it's 6,000 feet clear of crossings. And so we went beyond that, but that is sort of the constraint on the corridor.
What, if anything, would you have to do to the number of trains if you shortened them to 7,500 feet?
You'd be effectively cutting two of them in half or more.
And this would be in 2019?
Yes.
What would happen in 39, if you limited the train length to 7,500 feet? How many more trains would you have to add?
In that case, when we added in the CSX growth, we extended the trains. So going from 2, you'd have 4 trains that you'd have to shorten.
Mr. Dingler, did you actually perform this analysis in preparation for this hearing?
I did.
So I'm not going to ask the question, Ms. Bracy. I think you and I can just talk about whether it would be appropriate for me to ask the supplemental follow-up question, and we can just loop it into the issue about bridge tenders. If there's no objection to Chairman Overman or the members of the board or Amtrak's counsel.
No objection.
Yeah, I think that the same concerns that we discussed in the last question apply equally here. I'd like to ask a couple of questions, if I could, on this specific point, Ray.
Yep, please go ahead.
Are the trains that are longer than the sidings, I guess that there's two 12,000-foot trains, what are those trains that you pick up on interchange and Gentilly or in Montgomery, or are those your own trains that originate on this line?
So on CSX, there were two trains that were longer. They weren't 12,000 feet, but one was, 11,000 something. I can't remember the other one exactly, but two longer than 10,000 feet. They build all these trains at Gentilly. In interchange is my understanding. I can't speak for CSX, but my understanding is that all the interchange trains come into Gentilly and are broken up and rebuilt as new trains.
So they don't come in as 11,000-foot trains. You put them together in Gentilly.
That is my understanding.
All right. And would it also be possible to run the model so that the long trains run at a time of day that doesn't include any of these 4 passenger trains? Either night or early in the morning, or I think these trains all run during the day, the passenger trains. Could you do that too?
One of these trains in the model is in the morning and one is in the evening. So that you have limited opportunities to move these. RTC in itself is effectively doing that. The dispatching in the model is moving these trains so that they can, operate apart from passenger service. So
are these longer trains not on this 140-mile line when the 4 new passenger trains are going through?
No, because there's no place to hold them. So they are often held at either in Mobile or at Gentilly.
So why are they even relevant to this study if they're not there when the passenger trains are going through?
Because they operate there today. And so, the study is to consider the introduction of passenger service on sort of an existing corridor.
Chairman, I
thought you told me they don't run though when the passenger trains run. So what difference does it make?
Yeah, let me clarify that. So yes, they operate. And so you're modeling a full day of simulation. So throughout the day. And again, I mentioned sort of time of day impacts is important when thinking through the impact. And so the model is effectively shifting these trains. It's going to have to hold that train at either end when these passenger trains are operating. That has an effect on other freight trains on the corridor.
So are you telling me that the model you reported to us on the November 3rd report already moved the long trains off of the lines at the same times that the passenger trains are on the lines?
If it was operating at that time, there's a lot of variability in the model. There's no sidings to hold those trains. So in effect, the model in its sort of dispatching logic would be holding those trains, effectively making an operational change so that those trains can't operate at the same time.
Well, that's the next question I had. We've been hearing about, I thought you and the other witnesses had made clear that the RTC model didn't employ operating changes, but apparently it did here. I'm confused.
Yeah, this is the operating plan versus sort of operations. And so we did not make operating plan changes, which is sort of the schedules of these change. And so, sort of the model takes that operating plan, it, dispatches them, and sort of that umbrella term you could consider to be called operations. Anytime you make a change to the model, you are changing, the dispatching of the model. We did, changing of schedules was not considered, but, the nature of, these studies change the operations on the corridor once passengers are introduced.
Well, if the long trains are not on this line during the hours that the passenger trains are on the line, why do you need to build 12,000 foot sidings to handle the long trains? They never have to be put on a siding because they aren't there.
But they, they are during those time periods if passenger was not out there. And so they are experiencing significant delay waiting for those passenger trains to pass.
Well, I thought you said the model put them aside, and now you're saying it's building sidings, so they aren't put aside. So I'm confused. Which is it?
So that, so in how we looked at these cases, we're comparing sort of the difference between sort of your scenario or what if, which would be the passenger scenario, if you build no projects, and the base case. So the way that sort of change shows up is an increase in delay. So those specific trains have a large increase in delay to force them not to operate during that time period. So it goes back to a definitional issue.
It's almost metaphysical in my view. You assemble a train in a yard, and you say that train's going to leave at 9 in the morning, and now I'm going to hold it till 4 in the afternoon so it doesn't interfere with passenger, right? But if you organize the railroad to assemble that train so you plan for it to leave at 4 o'clock, then there's no delay at all.
There is an impact to other locations, the impact to the cars on that train, but the trains weren't moved that much. It's a couple of hours. We're experiencing delay. They're often pulled out. There is congestion in those yards. The train would sit at Michoud or other locations.
Well, I guess I find this all very confusing. So either I'm missing something, or it doesn't make sense, or it's a combination of both. And I'm open to the idea that I'm missing something. But if the RTC model says we're going to move these long trains off of the line during the hours that Amtrak's trains run, then wouldn't it make sense to take the long sidings out, because they're only there for these long trains, as I understand it, and then see how the thing runs and see what kind of delays you get? Because the only delay, and again, to me, almost a metaphysical question, because it's when the railroad decides it wants the long trains to run in the first place, is holding them at the Gentilly yard, don't leave until the passenger trains are done. So couldn't you run the RTC model that way and just say, let's take these very long sidings out for those long trains? We don't need them because the long trains are going to go at 6 in the morning or 10 o'clock at night or whatever. I'm just hypothetically, whatever the hours are, that avoids the conflict with passenger. Couldn't you do that?
Theoretically, you could. There are limited hours of the day that these passenger trains do take up a fair bit of time during the day.
No, I know they do, but every time I have talked to the railroads, including yours, about, for example, the port problems, I am impressed with the fact that railroads are 24/7, 365. So if you organize your rail traffic so that long trains were supposed to originate at these other hours, they wouldn't be delayed. And all the shippers who get their stuff on the long trains could adjust their schedules too. I just don't understand why this is so hard.
Yeah, just one point of clarity. I don't speak for CSX. I'm not an employee of CSX. I was hired by CSX and NS to perform this modeling. I'm not an advocate for either side of this. So I'm not a member of CSX.
No, I understand that. You know about trains, you know more than I know about trains, and I'm just raising the question of why these other avenues can't be explored. And from your point of view, they could be explored by your adjusting the model and then running the model in different ways, right?
You can put lots of things in the model that may not be, that may be feasible or have impacts. The one danger is this model goes to Montgomery. These impacts with shifting those schedules would have impacts out to Nashville and Waycross and all other parts of the CSX network. It also, some of these trains in Gentilly, their departure times are tied to their arrivals from Norfolk Southern, from those other carriers. There's a whole host of variables that I am unaware of with those things. So it's not as simple as sort of moving a train. There are, you have to consider the cars on the trains and when they're arriving, where they're going in those factors.
Well, I would only say it's more relevant to our next hearing than this hearing. But if I thought avoiding a 2-hour delay in a long train would really help the freight network on NS and CSX, I'd be all for it. But given the problems we've been hearing, I don't know that 2 hours helps anybody. Anyway, it's just it's a question that may lead to further study. It's, I guess, all we're getting at. But your answers are very helpful to try to understand the problem, at least. At least they're helpful to me. Michelle has a question. I see it.
I do, just to follow up on a question from Marty, where he talked about running the longer trains at different points throughout the day. Do the needs of your customers factor into the decisions that you make in terms of timing of running your trains?
I said I've never scheduled cars, or the blocks on a car. I can't speak to that.
Okay, thanks.
So
Examination of interchange points, schedules at other points in the network, or anything of that sort.
Can you ask the question again? Sorry. First part I cut off.
You talked about collateral effects. Is there anything that you've contributed that speaks to what those collateral effects are?
You'd have to create sort of an RTC model for those corridors and understand how shifting trains, the other thing to keep in mind is there's a lot of very sort of variability out there. And so, freight trains don't run like a passenger schedule. They're not going to show up at 8:05 every single day. There's natural variability of trains here, especially when they're coming a long distance. So, it is not as easy to sort of shift a schedule because there's the natural variability on
Is it possible that some of the train holdings that are in the RTC model could have effects that reverberate beyond the study area?
In the passenger case, absolutely. So if you have severe congestion in Gentilly, you might hold trains in Mobile. If there's congestion in Mobile, you're holding those trains back in Montgomery. That's how, sort of like it's a sort of a pull operation. You're not able to pull that train forward to the next yard if it is blocked up. So so there could be cascading effects throughout the CSX and NS network.
Thank you.
But you would this all sounds like a Rubik's Cube to me, Mr. Dingler, which I've never been able to solve. It does strike me that to really answer these inquiries, someone has to, and I assume someone like you, has to kind of, this is not a professional term, play around with the model. Well, what if we do this? What if we do that? And see if you can fit all the same colors on the cube on the same side and getting out of the way of the passenger trains. It does not sound to me like that kind of effort was undertaken here.
No, but it is generally best practice not to make any serious changes to the freight schedules, as we discussed. You don't the customers with the local traffic, with the connections with these trains, those can have sort of a severe impairment, across the CSX and NS network.
Well, but in fact, just to finish here, Mr. Hunt described a situation the other day, and what I want to ask is factually how it would work. I know there's a dispute between Amtrak and the railroads on this, but he described what he said did not happen here. And that is everybody on all sides gets in the same room and looks at the same commuter monitor. And then you go through the kind of process that I was struggling to describe to say, well, why don't you put this train over here and then see what happens, and then run this one later and see what happens. And that it is a cooperative effort to get all of the colors on the Rubik's Cube on the same side. And he said that process did not happen here. He blames Amtrak. I'm not looking at blame right now. I'm trying to understand the process. But do you see it the same way?
So on this corridor, some of those opportunities aren't as readily available as there might be in other locations, due to some of the many sources of variability we talk about. So yeah, there may be, the thing you have to be careful with is I can put things in RTC that just aren't possible. You always have to use your judgment and understanding of the operations. And so a cooperative effort is always better. There are things like we could have looked at passenger schedules or some of those things if it had been a cooperative effort.
Well, Mr. Hunt seemed to suggest that was a huge gap in what happened here, and that it should have been done and should still, I think he said it should still be done. And, before we spend the $500 and some million of taxpayers' money, it seems that every possible solution should be explored on all of these bases. And for whatever reason, it doesn't seem on either side that they have all been fully explored. There's been a lot of exploration, but I'm not sure the exploring's done.
Yeah, I said, I'll have to defer to Mr. Hunt on that. I was brought on with the, the view of this litigation, this case. And so, that does change the dynamic a little bit.
Yes, no, I understand that. And I don't mean to suggest in the middle of the litigation, there's a way to approach things, and litigation does change the tenor. I'm just trying to understand factually how we might move forward. So thank you.
And Marty and Mr. Dinkler, when you said best practice is to look at infrastructure changes and not simulate all the schedule changes, you meant best practice with modeling passenger rail additional trains, not best practice in terms of, if the freights were if a freight railroad were to add, say, for example, a priority intermodal train. Best practice would be to simulate scheduling changes, routing changes, train length changes, and that sort of thing before infrastructure. So you were only referring to the modeling of passenger additions, right?
That is correct. Operational changes may have sort of operational cost, and it's if you're controlling both levers, there's different decisions you can make. So yeah, it is,
I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
So Chairman, we've hit the 5 o'clock hour.
Was there something you wanted to wrap up here, or is this a natural place?
So I think this is a perfect natural place. I may not have much more to start tomorrow morning, but I would love to an opportunity to talk with Amtrak's counsel about some of the residual issues. If I have nothing more, then we'll end as direct. But
so you are near the end of his direct.
Yes, yeah, absolutely, Chairman. Could I just get 2 seconds to consult with my co-counsel? They're flagging me. They may want me to raise an issue. Just
all
can
right,
I get-
and also, Ray, I would like to raise the couple of more hearing dates before we leave today, so people can be looking at their calendars before Thursday.
Chairman, that's what everybody behind the screen was wanting to talk about. So if we can, then it's okay to excuse Mr. Dingler with the standard, nobody's to discuss his testimony. I can assure Amtrak no one's going to talk to Mr. Dingler, and he doesn't want to talk to the lawyers. We can excuse him, and then maybe we could wrap up with a discussion about schedule.
We can absolutely do that, Mr. Dingler. You're on your own for the next 36 hours. We'll see you on Thursday.
Sounds great.
Thank you. And you shouldn't talk about your testimony with anybody, not only the lawyers, but anybody else.
Yeah. Understood.
Okay. All right. So we have some dates that the board members have arranged our schedules for. We don't know what your reaction is. So do you want me to throw those out and then we can have this discussion, Ray, or did you want to consult in private with other counsel?
No, I mean, we've already cleared that the 9th and the 11th works for both Norfolk Southern and CSX.
Okay.
My only observation, Chairman, is we're trying our best to get this thing done by the 9th or the 11th, but I think just to be conservative, I would ask the board if it were possible to squeak some time in the first week of May, or maybe start some of these proceedings just a little bit earlier, because I'm concerned that by the 11th we won't be done. But we're available. 9th and 11th works for CSX, works for Norfolk Southern.
And what about Amtrak?
Amtrak's counsel and all witnesses other than Mr. Crowley are available on May 9th and 11th.
All right, can we, one would hope that you would get to Mr. Crowley before the 9th. So maybe you could put him on first, or if that works, or at least on one of the days before that. That would be, well, I guess that would be Monday and Tuesday. Maybe I'm being optimistic. So what you're suggesting, the week of May 2nd does not work. We can strive to find another date. I'm not sure when that can be, but we'll look. And Ray, I'm not sure either, about the idea of finishing on the 9th or 11th and 11th. We'd like to finish by then too, but I'd rather make sure that everybody has the full opportunity to make their cases than to squeeze things in. And starting early has merit, but these are long days. Some of us are longer than others. So we have to be realistic about just stressing out your team, our team. So I'm a little reluctant to start earlier than 9:30, but we'll take it up. I don't know that the extra half hour every day is going to save us a whole day someplace in the future, but it's possible. So we'll-
Chairman,
we'll-
could I just get clarification from Jesse, just to make sure I understood? Mr. Crowley's not available on either the 9th or the 11th, or just the 9th?
He's not available the whole week of May 9th.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, let's all go to work on our schedules tomorrow, and
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
who's speaking? I can't see.
I'm sorry, this is Rob Wimbish on behalf of the port.
Yeah, Rob.
Wanted to check in with you and let you know, first of all, that to the extent that they are needed, the port's witnesses would be available on May 9th and the 11th. So we have checked with them on that. I'm hoping that by that point they will not be needed to testify. And of course, the port's counsel will also be available on those dates. Port's counsel is available on the 14th, but as I had mentioned last week, the port's two witnesses, Mr. Golden and Mr. Driscoll, are not available on the 14th, but they are planning to be available on the 18th and as needed on the 19th of April.
Well, that should work, because it's hard to imagine that Ray will finish on the 14th in time to get your witnesses on.
Understood. We just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that situation. If it turned out that we were fortunate enough to move ahead with other witnesses beyond the ones that Ray has in mind, we would probably have to look to Amtrak, if they can, to take over that gap on the 14th if one emerged.
Let me say this, Rob. The notion that Mr. Dingler's going to be finished and Mr. Guthrie are going to be finished, that's the last. Is that the end, Ray, your witnesses?
Yes, sir.
Seems unlikely, but I suppose it's possible. Amtrak's counsel, why don't you think about filling in a couple hours if we really did finish early Thursday, so we don't lose the afternoon? Seems unlikely, but it'd be great if you could get started. If you can't, you can't, but we are looking, for time slots here to fill. So I appreciate.
Also, Mr. Chairman, if I can point out, we're fortunate in this proceeding in that the participants are all, except for today anyway, I'm speaking to you from the West Coast. Starting at 9:30 Eastern time is fine when you have folks that are all either on Central or Eastern time. A little bit more of a challenge when you have folks that are on Pacific time.
Agreed. Let's try to avoid that. So, all right.
Chairman, one other point of clarification, just for my benefit, on the 9th and 11th, will that be in person, or will it be at the board's offices in DC?
Yeah, right now we are aiming for that to be in person in our hearing room.
Thank you.
There are possible technical difficulties that'll keep that from happening. I think they should be resolved. And the virus hasn't told us what it wants to do on May 9th yet. So, if we go the way of Philadelphia, maybe not. But our hope is that those will be in person.
Thank you,
Mr.
Chairman.
If I might,
I will say this, by the way, and I'll speak for myself on that subject. If the CDC or the city of Washington reinstate indoor mask mandates, as much as I'd like to be in person, I would find it an extreme hindrance to be able to look a witness in the face and see a mask. So I think we'd rather be virtual if that's the only choice. It's unfortunate, but that would be the thing I think that makes the difference.
Mr. Chairman, Jesse Amundson from Amtrak. I just wanted to, we did discuss with your staff the potential for being in person in May. And I just wanted to clarify that that was something that CSX and NS have suggested and supported, such that there will be no claim later that one party or the other was prejudiced by having to put their witnesses on virtually as opposed to in person.
And Jesse, I can go ahead and confirm that CSX will have no objection to moving to in person if that's available on the 9th and the 11th.
For myself, I'm prepared to say that I cannot discern who would come out ahead by being on screen or in person. That's a toss-up, but I think that record is clear that no one is objecting to shifting to in person if we can do it. I would prefer it. I think the board members would much prefer it, but it's up to the virus. So, anything else we need to cover quickly before we recess? Thank you all for your ability to work with us on today's schedule and for your long hours of patience. But I think these hearings are really productive. So we will recess at this point until 9:30 Eastern on Thursday. Thank you all.